So much. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Flagstaff City Council work session. Today is the 24th of November, and it's approximately 3 o'clock. I'd like to go ahead and call this meeting to order and provide notice that the Flagstaff City Council has the ability to recess into executive session for legal advice should we choose to do so. At this particular time, Ms. Salas, can you please lead us through the pledge?
I'm honored to do so, Madam Mayor. Please stand as you're able. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Ms. Salas. Mr. Odegaard, can you please provide us with our mission statement?
Yes, Mayor. The mission of the City of Flagstaff is to protect and enhance the quality of life for all.
Thank you. Right now, we're at item number 14 of our agenda. Item number 14 is public participation. This would be for items that are not currently on our agenda. Per law, while we can listen and receive feedback, we cannot respond to anything we might hear. City Clerk, do we have any items for public participation?
Mayor, can we do roll call first, please?
I apologize. Roll call.
Mayor Evans?
Present.
Vice Mayor Shimoni?
Present.
Councilmember Aslan?
Present.
Councilmember McCarthy?
Here.
Councilmember Odegaard?
Present.
Councilmember Salas?
Present.
Councilmember Whelan?
Present.
Thank you so much, City Clerk, for that reminder. We are now down to item number 4. Item number 4 is public participation. Public participation is for items that are not currently on our agenda. While we can listen and receive feedback per law, because the item has not been agendized, we cannot respond back to anything that we might hear. It's my understanding we have 2 items for public participation tonight.
Thank you, Mayor. Our first public participation individual is Lori Pappas. Lori, you can go ahead and provide your comments.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, Vice Mayor. I'm Lori Pappas, Marketing and Media Relations Manager at Discover Flagstaff. This afternoon, I wanted to share a little bit about what Discover Flagstaff is doing with Flagstaff Local as far as embracing that community steward cap that we all try and wear. I am going to try and share my screen here. All right. So with the holidays around us, we know our partner, the Flagstaff Family Food Center, has a lot of hungry people to feed. As many as 8,000 is what I'm hearing over the holiday season. So recognizing this, we are rallying our community to create a giving Advent box. And what that means is that as a family activity, for those who are working in an office, it could be a coworker activity. And also, I'd like to challenge all of us on this call, our council as well, is to create an Advent box. And what that means is you grab a box and you fill it with 20 items that are on this list. These are non-perishable items that have been suggested by the Flagstaff Family Food Center that will help provide a nourishing meal for some of our families in need. So with that, that's what I wanted to roll out, just to let you know that we do have this program running, and we will start promoting it on Black Friday, and we'll go through December 20th. And with that, happy Thanksgiving, and thank you.
Okay. So, Vice Mayor, I see you have a comment, but we are in the middle of public participation, so we cannot comment or reply back to anything we might hear at this particular time.
If you look up foreign bossing, say look a good boss.
Is there a second person for public participation?
When you want me to wake you up, and water my dogs.
Yes, Mayor, I have Mr. Michael Horn. Mr. Horn, you may begin speaking.
Thank you very much.
My name indeed is Michael Horn. I'm a science researcher for 42 years, international and university lecturer, twice lectured at NAU. On February 25th, I began publishing COVID-19 information from our Swiss sources who have a 70-year record of publication of error-free scientific information. Now, I'll tell you, of course, why I'm bringing this to your attention. I began on March 5th sending this information statewide from the governor to various governmental and medical officials, to journalists and newspapers. And at that time, as I'm sure many people know, there were only 5 cases in the entire state. Now, some of the things that we were the first to publish included the fact that this was already a pandemic, that it required avoiding mass transportation, it avoided public transportation crowds. Basically, we were the first to state that social isolation was necessary, that the actual incubation period goes far beyond what's known, up to 3 months, the spreading of this through the air, clothing, food, blood. We published all of this and far more. A few days later, we published that children were the main spreaders, hidden spreaders of disease, that this disease would mutate. We have actually, at this point, over 90 articles published since that time. The reason I'm bringing it to you is that there were no responses, inquiries, questions, challenges, investigations, or interviews. The state now has over 300,000 cases and 6,400 deaths, and we can show a direct causal relationship between the censorship and suppression of the information and the tragically ever-increasing figures. Now, we've continued to publish this information, as I said, and we always publish verifiably established by copyright before the CDC and the WHO, and we've never had to revise any of this information. Now, in addition to the various officials throughout the state, including here in Flagstaff, the main culpable party for this material, this information, never reaching the public in this state is the Arizona Daily Sun newspaper and its publisher, Colleen Brady, her editor and reporters, all of whom have been contacted numerous times. The response in writing included from Colleen Brady, the only thing she wrote back: we review, research, and make the decision on what stories we bring to our readers and to Flagstaff. Apparently, that was not going to include life-saving information that could have helped and could still help if such an investigation will be required, requested, called upon, called for. We're doing a documentary on the scandal.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
City Clerk, is there anyone else for public participation at this time?
No, Mayor, there is not.
Okay, thank you. Council, we're going to move down our agenda item. We're now at item number 5. This is a review of the draft agenda for the December 1st, 2020 City Council meeting. Council, at this time, do you have any items that you would like to have further discussion on? Not hearing any. I would actually like to ask for an executive session regarding the item that is related to the grazing lease Red Gap Ranch discussion that we will have next week. I have some legal questions.
Mayor, that would just require a motion and a second and a vote by the council.
At this time, Council, I'd like to make a motion to go into e-session. Very specifically, I'd like to have some legal advice regarding the grazing lease item that is related to the Red Gap Ranch. Is there a second?
Second.
There's been a motion made by myself and a second by Ms. Whelan to go into executive session on this particular item. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion does carry. We will go ahead and leave this meeting and we will re-adjourn in executive session. Thank you. Okay.
Streaming.
So in understanding that, Council, is there anything on this particular agenda for next week that you need more information about or you'd like to discuss tonight? I don't see anything, so just as a reminder, Council, if there is something that you need more information on, please make sure you let our city manager know ahead of time so they can get those questions answered for you prior to the meeting next week. We are now down to item number 6. This is our Flagstaff Arts Council annual update.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. This is Eliza Kretzman, your Beautification Arts and Sciences Manager. As you know, we have partnered with Flagstaff Arts Council for many years. It is now close to 2 decades of partnership, I believe, and it has been a pleasure to work with them. I especially want to express gratitude for our collaboration this year with FAC on COVID response grants and to the City Council for enabling that work. And I'll now turn it over to Jonathan Stone. He is the Executive Director of Flagstaff Arts Council. Thank you. Jonathan, are you able to share your presentation?
I will share in just a moment. At least I can show my face for a few seconds and just thank Council, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and the rest of the Council for this opportunity. So with that, I will turn my screen on. Just one second. Okay, can you see the screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. So it's been about a year since we've been in front of Council to present. And what a year it has been. It's been good times and not so good times. But one of the interesting opportunities that this time has presented us is the opportunity to reflect. We began reflecting nearly 2 years ago when I joined the Arts Council, and I'm pleased to present to you the initial framework of our strategic plan that was sent over to you, as well as a couple of other updates. Okay, there we go. So I'll briefly go over Flagstaff Arts Council, so I know we're a mixed company. The use of BBB funds this year, our COVID response that Eliza alluded to, as well as kind of high-level discussion points relative to the strategic plan executive summary that I sent over. So we were founded in 1999. We're born from kind of a group effort, a partnership effort between the city, county, NAU, CCC, FUSD, and the Chamber. We are a 501c3 nonprofit. We've had the contract with the city since 2002. At least that's the best I can tell from our historian work. But since that time, we've awarded more than $6 million in BBB funds to local nonprofits. We serve as your art, science, and culture agency. We also operate the Coconino Center for the Arts. We are most known for the Viola Awards, Art Walk, the Art and Science Fund grants. And thank you guys for coming out to party with us in March of this year. I remember even just elbow bumping Mayor Evans, and then a week later, we ended up having to close down the center, and just imagine what would have happened if Viola Awards had been scheduled at a different time. Our annual budget is about $1 million when you factor in-kind support from the county. And I look forward to introducing you to the new Arts Council as we're presenting it today. Our BBB funds are a huge percent, I would say a large percentage of our work is BBB supported. We have a grant pass-through. So this year was $360,000 in general operating support and project funds. $20,000 of that was allocated for COVID relief projects. And then we also received, thank you so much for the $100,000 support that resulted in $87,000 in COVID relief grants, as well as grant administration. So our grant administration fee is about 15% of pass-through, and then our agency fee is fixed by our contract. But so that pie chart shows roughly $1 million a year of effort that we put in on behalf of the Flagstaff's arts, science, and culture sector. General operating support is critical for helping local nonprofits leverage other revenues This year, we gave out $305,000 to 36 organizations, which included 3 new organizations that were not awarded in fiscal year 20. 33 of the other grants were returning awards, with 5 former project recipients now in the GOS program and 28 returning applicants. So everybody that applied for general operating support grant from us this year did receive one. Those grants ranged from $1,000 to $25,000 and were based on a pretty rigorous process relative to committee and panel review, as well as based upon their budget. Something we introduced this year was a focus on parity. And what that is to try to understand, the relative score of organizations as it relates to their size. If you look at scores of smaller organizations, they typically score lower. And so we adjusted for that, understanding that not all small organizations have professional grant writers. So we wanted to make sure that they had as much opportunity as possible. And I should say, if any questions, and I can't see the chat, so if somebody can just chime up if there are any questions and speak up, that would be appreciated. Project grants this year, we had 15 applicants, and we awarded 7 awards ranging from $1,000 to $12,000. So those projects came out to about $35,000 awarded, and those recipients are listed there. And then COVID causes us to adapt, and one of the ways that we did that is through producing a video. And I want to thank Mayor Evans for participating, even though she didn't know she was necessarily participating, but we had her on camera for a different project we were working on, and we were able to edit her in. But we crowdsourced videos from different organizations that were supported, and that video received 1,500 views in addition to other earned media and articles. And one of the things that COVID has taught us is that sometimes you learn new things, and we plan to, at least I hope we plan to do this kind of outreach in the future as it relates to our grant making, rather than just the in-person gathering that we typically do at City Hall. So wouldn't it be nice if we could do both? So our COVID relief efforts were split into 2 areas. One is grants, and the other is sort of general response and support. The COVID relief fund, which we were received through your vote in April, was allowed for 22 awards totaling $87,000. And then through kind of reprioritizing our project funds, as well as some of the other funds raised, we were able to support additional project-based grants that were focused on collaboration. And so we're happy to announce that we gave out 4 awards a few weeks ago, totaling just about $40,000. And so those projects will begin in December. And so approximately $127,000 has been awarded to organizations to help them adapt. And so that is a huge investment and vote of confidence in their ability. And I'm really happy to report that many of the organizations have taken that opportunity to pause and think. And I think that many of them have successfully adapted their efforts to kind of figure out sort of a new sustainability plan as they wait out this pandemic. Our other response efforts are we have weekly, at first they were weekly and now they're monthly leadership meetings. So that's new for us to convene an open call to the sector on a regular basis. We've amped up our efforts to advocate at the state level in terms of state level funding. We produced a COVID pledge and video, which that was what Mayor Evans was interviewed for. And then we are in the process of completing our strategic plan, which we'll be talking about shortly, with COVID recovery in mind. So the draft strategic plan, we did send over the executive summary. I didn't want to bore you with all 40 pages of attachments and appendices, but that document is a response to a stakeholder-driven process. And I know a number of you participated in this process in varying ways, but we had 2 community meetings with more than 100 individuals participating. We did a community survey, and we've done countless one-on-one informal and formal conversations, which includes draft review meetings with key stakeholder groups, which were ongoing just now. In fact, we just got off a call just about an hour ago with gallery owners and visual artists that primarily work with local galleries. So we will likely circulate a final draft on our social media and website for final comment. And then the Arts Consulting Group, which is a group that we're working with to assess fundraising feasibility. That group will basically tell us if we're crazy or not. But in terms of we plan to interview 30 stakeholders and donors through that process. So that will be further feedback. So guiding principles. We are announcing a new mission and vision. With this plan, we announced it at the Viola Awards, and those are presented in front of you. Creative opportunity is a really kind of, there's a lot of deep meaning that we're placing on that. And creativity is this idea of interdisciplinarity, and making up new words, interdisciplinarity and intersectionality. And then opportunity really is how we approach the work that we do in terms of reducing barriers for the public to participate, for artists to participate, and for the community to come together around creativity. Vision is not a whole lot different from what we had before, but it is that intersection of art and science where we're reaffirming art, science, and culture in our work. The values that were presented in this document talk about the transformative value of arts. And we have this idea of expression and discovery and opportunity is woven throughout. And so we wanted to kind of codify sort of the ethos of our organization in a way that we have presented it before. And then also affirm the fact that we are ultimately a leadership organization, and how do we want to be seen as leaders? And we see that in terms of being accessible, transparent, and responsive are all qualities of leadership that we want to promote. So our guiding principles, there's a lot of ways that people can think about arts councils, and the many different arts councils do different things around the country, but we wanted to focus on and define what our tools and core competencies were. And you'll notice on that list is not presentation of art or curation of art. Those are things that ultimately are outcomes of the work that we do. But as a leadership agency, our work is really focused on the capacity building and awareness building efforts that are presented there as core competencies. But we apply those through our transformative strategies. And so one of those is reducing barriers. And I spoke to that in terms of how our mission statement is framed. The second is gathering people. So can we build community and provide opportunity for people to gather in ways that creates entrepreneurship, spawns collaboration. So we call that arts and ideas. And then the last thing is sustainable stakeholder-driven systems or catalytic initiatives. Can we do things in the course of the period of the strategic plan that ultimately results in lasting change, either the creation of a new effort or the learning of a process that results in future ways to approach the community. So our priorities in this plan is we have 5, and all strategic plans should have a focus on the agency or organization. So at the end of this plan, can we say that we are an effective and resilient leadership agency? I would like to say that yes, we are effective and resilient, but even more so. And then the pandemic has changed us a little bit. Are we, and we ultimately maybe we're thinking a little more broad, but how do we build on our strengths in terms of focusing on art, science, and culture nonprofits? And then hopefully by the end of this plan, be able to focus even broader as an organization. A shared community experience that speaks to the concepts of equity and building community. And then an emerging identity as one of the Southwest's most creative cities. This is, we think, a really fun concept that the entire city can get around. And then finally, a thriving center for the arts in terms of our operation of CCA. So there's 6 key differences that we see in this plan that we want to introduce to you and have introduced to you through executive summary that we sent over. One is an emphasis on creative city identity. The second is expanded grant making. And what's layered into that expanded grant making is our intent to leverage your investment, and that is through fundraising. So can we build upon what the city invests? The Coconino Center for the Arts, continued emphasis on that facility's identity and giving it new life. The establishment of an Arts and Ideas Festival, which thank you to the city leadership on signing on to the National Endowment for the Arts grant that supports that. The establishment of an advocacy council, and then ultimately we'll be shifting around our roles as leadership staff in the organization to support the new programs. So the executive summary expands on all those goals. So what does that look like for the year coming ahead? We're working with an organization called Arts Consulting Group, and they're going to determine the feasibility of to fundraise. Really, can we fundraise on behalf of the sector? And we've set some pretty bold goals with that exploration, and they're going to tell us how to approach those goals and if this is ultimately the right work that we can do to support the general operating and then eventually other aspects of the creative sector through that fundraising. We'll be establishing volunteer leadership at the Center for the Arts. We're in the process of completely overhauling our brand identity, developing a new website and media strategy. We'll be establishing an advocacy council, and along with that, an agenda and strategy, and continue to improve our operations and governance, and then hopefully relaunch Art Walk in a more meaningful way as COVID hopefully becomes a thing of the past, and then 1 or 2 sector training. So that is our outlook for the next year. And I was right at 15 minutes. Questions?
Council, are there any questions for Jonathan? I do not see any questions for you at this time. I would say that we are very excited to have seen what you presented and the work that you all are doing in our community with regards to arts, culture, and science. Now we have comments coming in. I'm going to start with Mr. Odegaard and go to the Vice Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Jonathan, for the presentation today. And as we know, in all the nonprofits dealing with COVID, everyone's very resilient, be able to still continue to move forward in our community. You talked about, whether establish an arts fund or whether it's feasible or not with the consulting group's finding. Can you just maybe kind of expand on that, what that fund may look like and what might be a little different than what's happening now?
Sure. So one of our observations was, and I want to be careful on how I word this, but we have reason to believe that individual giving in Flagstaff to arts and culture nonprofits lags the rest of the state. We also have reason to believe that we can, through focused effort, expand investment in the sector from foundations and corporate giving in ways that is hard for individual organizations to accomplish themselves. And so in practice, what we're doing is looking at what are called United Arts Funds. And there are many examples around the country where they build these aggregate fundraising programs within their arts councils or similar organizations. And so the hope is, and what the Arts Consulting Group is researching is if the Arts Council steps in a professional capacity for fundraising, will we grow the pie? And this work is only meaningful if we can grow the pie. But can we inspire people that give to the arts to give more? Can we inspire foundations and other corporations that are maybe not necessarily headquartered in Flagstaff to give? Can we inspire new giving and make the case for arts in culture and sort of creative programming in Flagstaff more understandable and more common. And so it's that idea of building a culture of philanthropy. And so the way we measure success is not just through what people give to the fund, but across the sector has giving increased. And so that's how we'll measure that. In terms of the specific tactics on how we do that, right now we're thinking about adding professional staff if the Arts Consulting Group thinks that's the most appropriate step, and as well as defining campaigns in the future that would kind of really build this idea of giving to the arts on an annual basis. Does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you, Jonathan. I appreciate it. You have a nice evening.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, Jonathan. Thank you so much for being with us in your efforts in our community, especially during these challenging times. A couple questions. I really appreciate the strategic plan that was in our agenda and that you all are working with moving forward. I think it's funny that, we're also talking about another strategic plan tonight, which is on the Live Black experience. And a lot of information that came out of that strategic plan is in regards to, not having a voice in our community, feeling like that culture has been lost. And also that there's overlap with other minority communities and populations here in Flagstaff. And so when we talk about arts and culture, what can we do to lower the barriers to be involved in events and things that your organization puts on, and make sure that we're embracing and empowering those voices through our efforts? I love the focus on youth, and I think of the Kinlani dormitory right by Flag High, and just that there's some amazing artists there coming here from the reservation who probably don't feel like Flagstaff is too inviting to them at times. And I wonder if we can use this as an opportunity to, create a plan that really does align us with our values of embracing culture and empowering it. Although it's going to take more work through the schools, through Kinlani, and invest, more in places on like the east side of town with our efforts. Can you speak to those ideas?
Yeah, I can. So we included a fairly diverse audience, through the planning process, but then we also left this plan more sort of framework driven, so that when we begin to implement these activities, that we're bringing people to the table throughout the plan. And so, for example, the Dark Sky Festival concept is one that we've already established a cultural equity chair for that organization. And what we're looking for is to make sure that cultural equity is baked in to how that project ultimately gets off the ground. Related to that, how do we build out our grant making or continue to evolve our grant making efforts through the cultural equity lens? And also, how do we put leadership in place that supports grant making that is representative of diverse groups of people? So those priorities are shifting, leadership is shifting. We're also making a commitment for our board, for our advocacy council, and for others that as we move through time, that we are slowly shaping those leadership efforts to reflect the community, and make a commitment to more consistently do outreach to others. So it's the framework by which we invite people to come together, and we want to ensure that when we invite people to come together, that we are being as inclusive and accessible as possible.
That's great. Thank you for that, Jonathan. And maybe consider reaching out to some of these groups I talked about. NACA comes to mind, the Black Student Union on campus, the Murdoch Center, et cetera, et cetera. These individuals are out there that want to be a part of these efforts. I think we just kind of have to find them and maybe even excite and empower them a little bit. But it sounds like our vision is in the right direction. So I appreciate that and look forward to see the updates. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Ms. Whelan? Ms. Whelan?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Jonathan. I appreciate your presentation. I get excited about the energy that has a possibility of being infused in this, as we kind of walk this, and we've been walking kind of a holding pattern for so long when it comes to our arts and sciences. I really look forward to, and I'm glad that you even, lined up those new things that you're asking us to reframe and revision. So I really look forward to seeing your work and the council's work and your partners move forward, because we're going to need you when this is all over. You're going to hopefully find that support that we all talk about, and maybe have more doors open. So thank you so much. I appreciate it. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Okay.
And I guess maybe I just want to say that I hope that in reviewing that executive summary and the presentation, that you're starting to see a point of view, direction and intent with the organization, and a commitment on the part of our organization to sort of take a broader perspective and focus on the tools that we have to invest in the entire sector. And there's lots of things that we can invest in, and I hope that it seems that like we've chosen the right ones to invest in at this time, and I hope that was clear. So.
It is clear, and I think that culmination of partners is about strength and about moving things forward. So I think it was an excellent idea of taking that broader look at things. So thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you again, Mr. Stone, for your presentation, and thank you to the Flagstaff Arts Council for all that you do in our community to promote arts, culture, and science.
Thank you.
We're going to go ahead and move down our agenda. We are now down to item number 7. This is the Lived Black Experience Strategic Plan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. This is Greg Clifton, your city manager. I just wanted to make an introduction here and quickly kick this off to Ms. Deb Harris and her colleagues. They have a presentation queued up for you. And in this introduction, I would like to offer up our thanks to Ms. Deb Harris and the coalition, which formulated over the summer, came together toward the end of summer, September and October, with a series of public forums that have in turn now produced the strategic plan that's before you. Ms. Deb Harris, are you ready to roll with this?
Yes, we are. Just let me start with saying good afternoon, Mayor Evans, Vice Mayor Shimoni, and council members. Thank you all for the opportunity to present this plan to you today. I believe I know all of you, and you probably know me, but for the sake of the record, I'm Deb Harris. I serve as the Executive Director for the Southside Community Association, and the Southside Community Association was the lead agency for this coalition. Before we get started on our presentation, I want to do a land acknowledgement because I think it's important that we do that. We recognize that this place we call home sits at the base of the Sacred Peaks on homeland shepherded by more than 12 tribal nations and indigenous peoples throughout this region. We honor them, their legacies, their traditions, and their past, current, and future generations who will forever call this place home. We also recognize that this dream we carry of beloved community rests on the shoulders of Black women and men who populate the historic Southside community of Flagstaff, who work the lumber yards and various industries through which, sorry, I'm getting some feedback. who worked the various lumber yards and various industries through which Flagstaff historically thrived, and who continue to toil for recognition, memory, and unity. And finally, we recognize and acknowledge that the very foundation of the United States of America was built on the free and forced labor of Black people of the African diaspora and Black people indigenous of this land. This foundation has generational and exponential effects that continue to negatively impact Black communities today and remain uncompensated. The historical and contemporary contributions of the Black diaspora continue to shape American culture and benefit all inhabitants of this land. Next slide. In this, we want to talk a little bit about the program history, the purpose, and the partners. This project grew out of our Juneteenth virtual celebration. When COVID hit, we realized that we could not do the Juneteenth celebration in person, so we started planning a virtual celebration. This event not only provided entertainment, the Juneteenth event not only provided entertainment, but it also provided history of Juneteenth, which a lot of people in our community never knew the history of that event or that celebration. The community was overwhelmed by what they learned during that presentation, and they were impressed with what the education that they were getting, and they wanted more. And so members from various groups, Black organizations in Flagstaff, went about planning bi-weekly conversations on various topics regarding the Black lived experience. About this time, our country was erupting with protests over the killing of George Floyd. It seemed that people did not understand when young people, old people, all of us said that Black lives matter. And so we knew that we needed to do something to help people to understand that. And so the group in Flagstaff concluded that our Flagstaff community needed to have a discussion about the Black lived experience of Black people in Flagstaff. And we understood that this discussion needed to happen to help us move forward and to remind the community of the people who helped grow and develop our city and our community. And as you read through the plan, it will provide you with more information about this part, because we really don't have enough time in the presentation to go through this. So I encourage you to read how the group came together and what was kind of the impetus of getting us to this point. Next slide, please. Our program design. Sorry about that. Our program design was about, I'm sorry. Did you skip one? I'm sorry. Nope. You're right, go ahead. That's right, I'm sorry. The community forums, the town hall was part of 6 virtual town halls or 6 virtual conversations. And what we did was we decided that we wanted to use a Zoom platform because that platform would allow up to 100 people to participate and to interact. It would also allow us to break people out into small groups in what they call rooms so that they could have a discussion. And so that's the platform that we used. We broke the groups up into, broke the sessions, the forums. We had 6 forums: social and criminal justice, Black representation and preservation, Black youth perspectives and concerns. And this one we need to really take note of, because the Black kids, and I'm going to call them kids because that's what they are. One young lady in particular was very concerned and almost really very sad that she could look around her school and not really see anything that reflected her. She felt invisible. And so it was really difficult to hear, you know, a young person say that they feel invisible. And so I think that we need to really pay attention to our youth. And that was the one that was, you know, as a parent, I really tuned in on that. We also talked about Black economic inclusion and impact and how that could be help people to be a part of this community and feel more a part of this community. Race, space, and segregation, we're always talking about that because it's important for people to have a space to come together. And so mental and behavioral health was also a part of that, was one of those topics. You can go to the next slide, I think. No, I'm going to go back one because I want to just talk a little bit about our partners. The partners that came together included the Southside Community Association. And as you know, we played the lead role in this, organizing people because we operate the historic Murdoch Community Center, and it was a perfect place for us to do our gatherings and our meetings and our brainstorming and all of that. That group also included the the Coconino County African Diaspora Advisory Council. I always have to kind of remember the whole name. Also the Flagstaff branch of the NAACP, and for those of you that don't know what NAACP stands for, it's the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. And they have a Flagstaff branch here. The Flagstaff alumni chapter of Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated, and that is a historically founded sorority, and there is an alumni chapter in Flagstaff, and that chapter supervises the undergraduates at Northern Arizona University. We also had, that came with us, was the alumni chapter of Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated, which is another historically Black founded male group. They also have a chapter on the Northern Arizona University campus, and they wanted to be a part of this project that we were doing because they felt it was important for their young men to be involved in community and how to give back. And so they are modeling that behavior for them. And then last but not least was the Ethnic Studies program at Northern Arizona University. And this program, Dr. Ricardo Guthrie was the chair at that time, but now Dr. Wendy Roundtree is the chair, and they have come on board as collaborators for this project, and we can't thank them enough because they have provided an enormous amount of information for the every 2-week sessions that we're continuing to do that is a part of this project. And so we need to say a special thank you to them for always being ready to step in. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Kara.
Thank you, Ms. Deb. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Deb, and thank you to the mayor, vice mayor, and the full city council for the opportunity to present these program outcomes. The big question at the conclusion of the forums and focus groups that we attempt to answer in the strategic plan that was presented to you is, what did we hear? There were several key asks and requests that we heard repeatedly from the community, both within and outside of the Black community as desired outcomes of this plan. First, people overwhelmingly expressed, again, both within and outside of the Black community, the sense of Flagstaff's Black community being invisible. The desire was for this strategy to be used to make visible the invisible, and what that looks like took on numerous forms throughout this process. Second, there was a strong desire for increased cultural representation and celebration. Chiefly, and perhaps most importantly, was the desire for the city to recognize the history of the Black community, acknowledge the contributions of Black Flagstaffians to the city's development and growth, visual representation in all aspects of the city, and the celebration of Flagstaff's Black culture and community. Third, community members were asked at each of the community forums and focus groups what change looked like for the city. The broadly stated consensus was that change is necessary in recognizing, celebrating, and developing the Black community of Flagstaff. For criminal and social justice, this included program development for unlearning racism in the home, community, and institutions, updating laws perpetrating systems of institutional racism, and undertaking ongoing diversity training for city and criminal justice system employees. Underrepresentation and preservation, community members called for cultural festivals, changes to city signage to recognize, honor, and commemorate important figures within the history of Flagstaff and Northern Arizona, and a recognition of the foodways and folkways of the Black community in the built environments of Flagstaff. In youth issues and concerns, change took the form of visibility, engagement, building and bridging connections between NAU and the community, and developing key community partnerships to promote unity and education. During discussions of economic inclusion and impact, community members called for creating visibility for the Black community through business and marketing infrastructure, emphasizing Black presence in Flagstaff through diversification, unification, and visibility, and various methods of highlighting and encouraging Black economic and business development using both traditional and innovative avenues. In discussing race, space, and segregation, recommendations for change included bringing visibility to Black contributions to Flagstaff through markers and plaques, development of a central Black community center, and both citizen and city recognition and acknowledgement of systemic barriers to Black community development, inclusion, and space access. In addition to broader discussions of housing affordability and homeownership, cost of living, and community reparation. Under mental and behavioral health, community members recommended changes including improved cost of living to retain professional talent of color, increased resources specifically addressing mental, behavioral, and other medical health concerns within the Black community, intentionality in recruitment, and again the call for implicit bias training within FMC and other healthcare provider offices. In general, what stands out most among the recommendations from the community was a theme that I would say is not uncommon to discussions of an engagement with the Black community. And that is that while these changes are highlighting the needs to recognize the Black community, they are also aimed at more broadly serving a wider community. This is the heart of what is referred to within the plan as beautiful community and guided the development of program goals, policies, and strategies. After compiling the data from the community forums, focus groups, and other discussions within the community, the outcomes were broken down into 4 goals, which guided the development of policies and strategies. The goals represent the desired results envisioned by the Black and broader community of Flagstaff. The policies presented within the plan take these goals and provide a deliberate system of principles and actions intended to guide decisions and achieve the goals of the strategic plan. And the strategies then take all of the recommendations yielded from the community engagements and provide suggestions and ideas directed toward the achievement of the goals and policies of the plan. The 4 goals of the strategic plan provide 4 primary areas of focus for furthering the desired outcomes of the community. First, community development, to grow and strengthen an equitable, resilient, and thriving Black community through economic advancement, increased access, and the recognition and preservation of the historic and developing Black community of Flagstaff. Second, community engagement, to partner with the community to develop, improve, and sustain relationships that guide solutions addressing social, cultural, and economic determinants of access, public consideration, education, advancement, and care. Third, community infrastructure, to intentionally partner with the Black community to develop ongoing programs of education, celebration, and economic development with a direct focus on recognizing the need for public spaces and places directed towards such engagement. And fourth and finally, community outreach, to enhance public transparency, accessibility, economic equity, and social justice within the Black community of Flagstaff in order to enable a more holistic approach to Flagstaff's long-term developmental goals that is cognizant of the potential impacts to all aspects of its community. To provide a sample of the plan in action, this slide shows how each goal leads to specific policies, which then were used to compile community strategic recommendations. Here we have Goal 3, which focuses on community infrastructure. This goal has under it 4 policy recommendations, which state how the city can work within the Black community to create change beneficial to the development of that community and the ongoing growth of the broader Flagstaff community. You'll find these policies on page 69 of the strategic plan document. We then took all of the recommendations of the community and noted which goal and policies they advanced. In this case, the strategy recommendation was the creation of a Black Cultural Center, utilizing the pre-existing space and programs of the historic Murdoch Center and recognizing the Murdoch Center as a historical cultural center for the education, preservation, and celebration of Flagstaff's Black cultural heritage. This strategy is an example of a strategic recommendation that represents both the advancement of the community infrastructure goal and all 4 policy recommendations under that goal. Part of the work of the initial Live Black Experience Community Coalition following Juneteenth was the creation of a bi-weekly series of educational seminars to prompt and promote engagement with the Black community of Flagstaff. We heard numerous times community calls for further education and engagement, including ongoing thanks from members of the broader community for this opportunity to learn. As a result, we would be remiss if we failed to note that that an intended strategy of this plan is to continue that series as a means of fulfilling the calls for action of and as an outcome of the community forums and focus groups that were essential in the development of this plan. We have to note that this plan is only a beginning. As we noted when we first presented this project to the city, there is and remains much more work to be done, including possibilities such as a rare assessment of the Black community and ongoing opportunities to engage with and in the Black community of Flagstaff. We urge continued consideration of the ongoing impact of the Black community of Flagstaff to the city's development and economic growth. Within the plan, you'll find reference to the Historic Green Book, in which several historic Flagstaff locations were marked as safe havens for Black travelers and highlighting Flagstaff as a place where community involved and accepted Black culture and development, and included safe places for Black engagement and growth. Few of these areas exist today, and we see the impact that such a loss has had on our community. We must acknowledge that failure to extend and expand resources for Black community development, and through them the growth, development, and sustainment of the full Flagstaff community, have painful implications for our future. Our ask of the City Council is to direct staff to have this plan slated for an action item for adoption. Part of our desire is that adoption of this plan will include further funding for the sustainment of the initiatives, strategies, and programs that fall under this plan. We are extremely grateful for the initial partner funding that was provided to facilitate the development of this strategy and the community forums. And we hope that the city will recognize the value and need for the sustainment of this undertaking into the future with financial backing and support. This plan is a living work in progress and a living work for progress for the Black and broader communities of Flagstaff. We thank you for your time and consideration, and we welcome any questions that you may have for us at this time.
Thank you so much, Ms. House and Ms. Harris. Council, are there any questions? Mr. Odegaard.
I just wanted to say thank you to the 2 presenters for the presentation today. I was just out of curiosity concerning this strategic plan. When will it come before a council for an action item? And maybe that might be our city manager addressing that question. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. May I respond?
Yes, please.
And thank you to the presenters. That was a wonderful narrative and summary of the strategic plan. Thank you. Councilmember Odegaard, I've chatted about this with our city clerk, and dependent upon comments and direction from council today, we are just in a work session today. We are prepared to queue this up for action item, perhaps as early as the next regular council meeting. We're at your pleasure here.
Well, thank you, City Manager, and I'm supportive of that. So thank you.
Mr. McCarthy.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say that there was the plan, which is, I believe, like 85 pages, quite a long piece of work, but I read it, every line of it, and I learned a lot of things. And I just want to thank all of the people that were instrumental in putting this forward. It's a very good document. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Deb and Ms. House, for being with us and all of your hard work. Excellent plan. As Councilmember McCarthy said, I too read every line and every page of this document, and it's a great strategic plan. I think it's exactly what we need and exactly what we were looking to achieve with this effort. So well done, and thank you to all the partners in this effort. A couple comments. I should say a few comments. Be patient with me. Just a couple things that came out and stood out to me. The talk about Flagstaff's forgotten people, feeling invisible. Ms. Deb, as you mentioned, that definitely pulled on my heartstrings, and it's something we need to address. There's talk about city leadership and community buy-in, and that's extremely important in this. And yes, Mayor, I do think we need to see this document and city manager adopted before ideally next week. And then we need to bring it back to the next council and keep bringing it back for discussion and check in on that process and the progress. Community education, it was brought up, or cultural education. And it just makes me think about, the efforts we talked about last week with W.C. Riles and how this is an opportunity to empower and educate the community around this great history that many don't know. And I know that the Murdoch Community Center is doing a live stream on this topic. I forget the date. I believe it's the 7th of December. Don't quote me. But we could do more, right? And we talked about a plaque at council last week and, going with the changing of the name, et cetera, et cetera. But that's an opportunity for us to get going on the strategic plan and putting it into action, is with the changing of that name of that street. The document talked about the importance of the Murdoch Center to the Black community and to the community at large, and all the other key groups and churches and hubs in our community. And I just wanted to acknowledge that and express gratitude. Looking ahead, I see that, a long-term goal and a short-term goal, and that we're going to need all of our partners at the table, including all those involved in this creation of the strategic plan, but along with NAU, CCC, the county, FUSD, and city leadership. And I'm happy to be at those meetings and help facilitate with Ms. Deb and Ms. House and anyone else that we want to bring into this circle to see this plan into fruition, right? That's going to be the hard work. And I think we should be meeting at least once a month to see this through. There's a lot of work that this plan outlines that I am very excited about. Short-term plans that I think we can do, and some of this is for the city manager. There's talk about the Buffalo Soldier Museum and the items that were lost here from our local community from that museum. I'm wondering if we can reach out, if we can find a list of where all those items went to, what those items are, and then maybe reach out to those entities that have those items and ask for them back. I think that's something we could do in the short term in a pretty immediate way. Let's talk about the Youth Commission. And I know we're working on the Youth Commission, so I'd like to see us, see that through. Once the pandemic and everything rises, we can really have a really good working Youth Commission, but we might as well get that going. Ms. Heidi Hansen, if you're on the line, I have a feeling you are. There's a lot of talk about the Green Book, and acknowledging the locations that were part of that history, and along with the Buffalo Soldier encampment and other things along those lines. And I'm wondering, in that resource guide that your team is working on, we can highlight these different locations and some of that history that is being discussed. And I can talk to you more about that. There's talk about the history of the lumberjack in the Black population in the lumberjack history here in Flagstaff, and that to me, goes along with NAU. And maybe Louis is indeed a person of color, and maybe Louis, maybe we can have that conversation with NAU. There's talk about Third Thursdays and Third Fridays as a way to highlight the Black community and businesses. And I'm wondering if we can pull Terry Medeska from the DBA, the Downtown Business Association, into this conversation to see if we can partner with her to achieve that. And then just the cost of housing and the Real to Flag and the struggles around, living in Flagstaff. And I'm wondering if that can come before the Housing Commission. So I know I laid out a lot of things, but those are just some initial ideas that came from reading that strategic document. The strategic document also says Flagstaff seems to have a hesitation toward recognizing the history of trauma and oppression towards Black people. And I think it's time we face that and put that on the table and deal with it and overcome it together and put it in our past once and for all so we can move forward together and collectively. Kara, like you said, this is only the beginning, and I really appreciate your partnership. And in closing, I'm going to say one of the closing statements I read in the plan was the 60s haven't changed Flagstaff, the 70s haven't changed Flagstaff, the 80s haven't changed Flagstaff, the 90s haven't changed Flagstaff, and we wonder why we're tired. Well, it's time to wake up. I appreciate the patience everyone's had, and let's actually take some action and make history proud of what we do in 2020. And so with that, I think I've laid out more than enough, and I appreciate everybody listening and everybody's efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Council, I'm going to stop because it seems like we have moved past asking the presenters questions. So I'm going to stop for a moment and go back to public participation. I would also ask that the city manager have Ms. Hanson available because the Vice Mayor mentioned something about the Green Book, and I think that the public should know what the CVB, our tourism branch, has done with regards to that particular topic. So if they could be available to speak to that. Can we go to public comment, please?
Thank you, Mayor. I have Ricardo Guthrie on the line. Ricardo, you may go ahead with your comments.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Evans and City Clerk and City Council. I'm sending public comments at this time in support of the Black Community Strategic Plan provided by the Live Black Experience Coalition, which began earlier this year. This plan provides an ambitious yet realizable approach to acknowledging contributions of Flagstaff's Black community while also suggesting clear avenues for city and county support for strengthening these neighborhoods where we live. The citywide coalition formed earlier this year in the midst of twin pandemics, COVID-19 and the structural racism that led to excess deaths of Black and Indigenous people, and poor people across the country, frankly, both here in Arizona and across the nation, allows us to take a bold step forward to identify solutions to these problems. The members of the coalition have worked together for several years, and we've made alliances between an academic program, a county advisory group, a community-based organization, fraternities, sororities, as well as residents, elected officials, and others, as Ms. Kara and Ms. Deb have already mentioned. In short, this coalition might be led by Black Americans, but we enjoy such broad support across race, across class, background, gender, sexuality, that we really represent that which was described by Reverend Martin King as the beloved community. This is a strength-based community approach that unites people based on the diversity of needs, abilities, and interests. And our unifying creed is that we all believe Black lives matter. In fact, no lives can matter unless Black lives matter. To solve this problem, however, that we face, we must first identify it and allow the people who are most affected by it to speak for themselves. This is a shared value that we think we find unity in diversity and allows for a broad coalition that will work together in the coming months and years. With your support. So let me just say a few things that this plan addresses since we short on time. Number one is you can't ignore the needs of African Americans in Flagstaff any longer. This has been a decade-long historical development that is ready to be relieved at this time. We're not constrained by neglect. We're not victims, but our community has suffered because many members are forced to leave Flagstaff for better jobs, brighter horizons, homes, etc., that are in such short supply here in Flagstaff. So, number one, we can develop the jobs and affordable housing. That will be two immediate concerns that help stabilize this community. Second,
institutional racism, not just, personal prejudice or feelings, etc., but structural racism is endemic throughout the city, on Flagstaff job sites, and on NAU's campus. We say it's endemic to our climate here and won't go away unless we call it for what it is. It's
Dr.
not just the
Guthrie?
feelings of racial antipathy,
Dr.
but
Guthrie?
structural problems that we face.
Mr. Guthrie?
Yes.
Dr. Guthrie? I apologize, but you're out of time. I'm going to ask council if they have any questions for you. It seems like the vice mayor does.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Dr. Guthrie, so much for being on this call with us and for all of your work with the community and also with the Live Like Experience effort. Can you talk more about the structural racism that you were mentioning?
Sure. Thank you very much. What we found was that many of the jobs that are posted, for instance, may or may not pay attention to the cultural contributions or the lived experience of Blacks who come to this region. What we usually do is have 3 or 4 different areas of expertise, and we're competing against people who might be especially expert in one area. And we wind up having 3 or 4 areas of experience that is not adequately represented, but that's what we bring to the job site, and we wind up using that as a way to help other people. Number one really is just that most of the jobs, for instance, that are here might be structured in such a way that they actually work better for people who have the same cultural background, the same historical background, and belief systems. That's one thing. And then I'll just say one quick thing is that when we're trying to seek redress for, let's say, racial problems that we might have, there's not a strong mechanism for ensuring justice. There's a legal apparatus for sure. What we're talking about is a relationship building, and there are few mechanisms that do that outside of, let's say, the nonprofits, some of the health organizations, and our social clubs. So those are just 2 things, Vice Mayor, that I would mention in terms of the structural impediments to the Black community at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Council, are there any more questions for Dr. Guthrie?
Mayor, I do have a couple quick questions, if that's okay.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
Dr. Guthrie, can you just give us, and those who are listening, just a very brief history on the lumberjacks, the Black lumberjacks, along with the Buffalo Soldiers?
So Black lumberjack, and what was the last part?
The Buffalo Soldiers.
Oh, yeah. So historically, as you know, we're part of the Western expansion, and many Blacks who served in the Union Army came out here because they were able to promote their careers, they were able to be independent and provide leadership. So many of them were guides and translators and worked with Native American communities as well as some of the other, I'll call them settler communities that were out here, but primarily as military combatants. They played a role in terms of securing the different towns and cities and settlements. Again, this is a very contested experience between Blacks and Native Americans. But again, the Blacks soldiers were playing the role they felt they needed to do in order to secure their loyalty to the country. And we had several different sites here in and around Flagstaff that spoke to the disembarkation of the Black soldiers during the mid-20th century. And so restoring the museums and the sites and the artifacts that were here would be a very strong part of this plan. That material was sent down south, and we've not seen it for several decades. And then in terms of lumberjack, a lot of folks came to this area from the south and other parts of the country because they could make a living working as lumberjacks, cutting wood, selling it, using the wood to build their own homes. I think that is a very known history. But the lumberjacks that we talk about are Black, Mexican American, Native American, as well as white. But the Louisville lumberjack that we know may not recognize that multicultural experience. So that's one of the histories, Vice Mayor, that you're very keen on sharing, and I think there's lots to be told. The oral histories do exist, and we can
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Guthrie. And so I'm going to move forward with council. I would just ask Ms. Hanson that your staff be prepared to make some remarks regarding the Green Book and what your staff is currently doing with regards to that project here at the city. I'm going to go next to Ms. Whelan.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a brief minute in expressing my gratitude for all the work that has gone into the moment that, as Ms. Deb said, kind of exploded us into action that needed to be taken years and years ago. So thank you so much. I also want to put that I want to express that I realize that this is your journey and that you are leading this journey. And as a council member, I either walk beside you or behind you and give my support. And you know, by trying to suggest things and you know, point you in a direction, it is just not my direction. So I think it's very important that clearly you have your direction, you know where you're going, and it's my job to support you. I hope that makes sense. And with that said, I really would like to hear council whether or not they agree to bring this back next week so we can take a vote on this and move it forward. Thank you.
Okay. So would you like to see it come back, Ms. Whelan, next week?
Yes, that's
okay.
what I said.
Okay. Ms. Salas?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. First and foremost, I'd like to make space to articulate my deepest gratitude to everyone involved and continues to be involved, everyone who participated, and to the broader community for this collective effort in coming up with this living work, this plan, you know, which is a work in progress and a work for progress for the Black community and the broader community of Flagstaff. Thank you. You know, I am in awe in the depth and breadth of this plan, covering you know, a multitude of issues, from social and criminal justice, representation and preservation, youth issues, economic inclusion and impact, race, space, and segregation, to mental and behavioral health. I am in full support of moving forward and adopt this plan as soon as possible, hopefully next week. Yeah, and I am enthused to implementing this plan moving forward. And I'm also more enthused in hearing from our community and our Economic Vitality Director about the Green Book. And I am more enthused to to discovering for myself the many places where we have rich and deep contribution from our Black community. I am very much thankful that in September, the mayor had designated me to attend the Riverside anniversary and read the mayor's proclamation on her behalf. So thank you for that, and I am here in full support of this plan and implementing it moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Salas. Mr. Aslan?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I will be brief. I hope that my support for this precedes me, and I just want to echo what others have said about their gratitude. It is wonderful to know that this process is in such capable hands and that such incredibly dedicated, smart, intelligent, and knowing people are driving this forward and guiding the process. I hope that Flagstaff's Black community, if it hasn't in the past, feels nowadays like it has allies and that it has allies at City Hall. I truly want to be an ally to Flagstaff's Black community and to this process moving forward. You know, I've spoken about this before. There are other self-identified marginalized communities in Flagstaff, and we need to be addressing everybody's individual issues. And this is one leg of a stool that I believe needs to be in place in order for us to have a flat plane upon which to launch even more robust and ambitious conversations and reconciliations and vision casting for a way to move forward so that everybody feels that their causes and that their issues are being advanced. And if it needs to be stated, I certainly think that we should move quickly on this. If next week would be great. And I just thank you for your leadership, Mayor Evans, as well as the leadership of those others in the community who are driving this process. And I look forward to continuing to be a part of this solution. Thank you.
Mr. Odegaard.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate my support of hopefully, as the city manager mentioned earlier, bring this forward as an adoption for the planned next week's council meeting. So thank you.
Mr. McCarthy, Mr. McCarthy.
Yes, as I said before, I read the plan and found a lot of value in it. I do support bringing this back for formal review and adoption.
Thank you. I'm going to go to city staff first, and then I have a few comments. Ms. Hanson?
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. Heidi Hansen, Economic Vitality Director for the city. Thank you for letting me share a little bit about what we've been working on for over a year and are actually making more headway with our partners. Discover Flagstaff, as you all know, is the marketing arm for the city. And not only do we market to the visitors, but we market to our locals. And how we do that is we work to attract and educate our locals and our visitors daily. And how we do this is in many, many formats. And one in particular is showing the heritage and the history of Flagstaff. So with that said, we've been working on showing the history of the Green Book and how it had been adapted and has been used in Flagstaff. But in order to do this, we're utilizing experts such as Deborah Harris, who was on the call this evening, our very own mayor, and many others, so that we can, in Discover Flagstaff, can create a website, a walking tour, videos, social platforms, a blog. We'll have photo sharing and displays. And then we'll also be acquiring earned and owned media to share the stories of our people and the buildings involved in the Green Book. So there's a lot that's going on with this program, and I'm happy to say that before the Black Lives Matter movement was really getting in full swing, our commission had discussed this history of the Green Book a little over a year and a half ago. And so this had already been in the works, but we're so delighted that the timing couldn't even be any better. And so we're happy to share our progress along the way, and we'll be coming before you in the future to let you know how our partners in Discover Flagstaff are getting things accomplished. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. The Vice Mayor, I believe, has a question for you.
Yes, Vice Mayor.
Heidi, quick question for you. I'm not sure if you heard my public comment on this topic, but I was asking you specifically if there was room to integrate some of these values around these locations in the Green Book into that resource guide that your team is working on.
Oh, definitely, Vice Mayor. I wrote that note down. Actually, I'm sorry I didn't speak to it. But definitely, everything that you bring up, I jot down, and I've already actually sent it off to Lori. So we're keeping her busy. You got it. We'll definitely do it.
I wanted to pause for a moment and just verify with the clerk that we're streaming.
Mayor, it looks like it may have just gone down. Give me 1 second. Let me check in. Just a moment.
I am working with CJ right now. It is down.
Mayor, Greg Clifton here. It might be a good time to take a short recess, Stacy, if that would accommodate the technical fix here.
How about we come back at 5 minutes after 5, and we will finalize this item and move on to the next one.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay.
Get started.
Okay. Council, it's my understanding that the streaming went down in the middle of Mr. Aslan's comments. Mr. Aslan had said something about, I think Heidi Hansen is on the line, but then everything after that was lost. Mr. Aslan, I'm going to ask for you to repeat any remarks that you made after that statement for the record, please.
I never talked about Heidi. No offense, Heidi. But are you referring to Adam or?
Perhaps it was the Vice Mayor. I'm going to ask IT to verify who that was. City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I believe the Vice Mayor had asked about including the reference to the Green Book sites within the resource guide, and I think Heidi was responding to that.
Okay, well, we will pick up there. Ms. Hansen, could you just repeat what you said as that follow-up to the Vice Mayor?
Yes, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members, Heidi Hansen, Economic Vitality Director. The idea of including what we're doing with the Green Book, including the history and the buildings that were involved, as well as the people, we will continue to share that in the resource guide that Vice Mayor had mentioned. And we will also continue to update the council along the way as we work with our partners on getting all of this completed.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hansen. I just wanted to make a few remarks before we move on. I believe, City Manager, that you have the support of council, the full council, in moving this to a voting meeting. I would include myself with that. I would like to say thank you to Ms. Harris, Ms. House, Dr. Guthrie, and all of the members of the coalition that came together to work on the Lived Black Experience Strategic Plan. Council, I'd also like to say thank you to you as well. This conversation came up in the middle of the Black Lives Matter movement. It came up in the middle of a very heated discussion that centered around defunding the police and what we could do better as a community. And at that particular time, I had asked for counsel to allow the individuals that were being talked about to tell their own story and to speak for themselves. And counsel was very courageous in allowing us to create a space to invite people in so that the African American and Black community here in Flagstaff could do just that. They could speak for themselves. They could talk about the fullness of the issue. And they were able to do that in a way that I think was beautifully presented. I'd also like to say thank you to the community members that participated and that came out and were part of this creation of this strategic plan and this dialogue. I think it's very important to point out that, Black history is really America's history. The two are the same. And that the lived Black experience of individuals are the lived Black experience of all of us who are Americans. And so with that, I look forward to seeing this on next week's agenda for an actual vote. Thank you. We are now down to item number 8 of our agenda. Item number 8 is a discussion about property maintenance requirements outside of Title VI, Police Regulations, and Title VII, Health and Sanitation.
Hi, good evening, Mayor. This is Dan Folk, Community Development Director. And I've got some opening comments for you. I believe this item was a fair item, and so tonight is the first time for the council to discuss it as a whole and see what direction you want to go. And so what we prepared for you this evening was some history. When the last time a city council considered adopting a property maintenance ordinance, we attached a series of staff reports and some minutes. They were between the years 2011 and 2013. And so I'll just summarize some of the topics that were discussed. And then I've got Amy Palmer, our building official, and Reggie Eccleston, our code compliance manager, with us as well tonight. And so if there's specific issues you want us to focus on or issues that you feel aren't being addressed in our current codes, they can certainly provide information on our current program and how we address property maintenance related issues. So going back to December of 2011, there was a work session. Roger Eastman was the code administrator at the time, and he prepared a staff summary which outlined, what property maintenance ordinances typically include, what type of topics they touch on. One of the things I took from that report was, why would a community want to consider this? What would be the benefits of a property maintenance ordinance? And so what was provided was to focus on public health and safety, and then secondarily property values is mentioned as well. But the focus really throughout the discussion seemed to be on public health and safety. When we advanced to the April meeting in 2012, there was a much more detailed ordinance included. And so there was a sample ordinance provided that gave some real specific components of what a property maintenance ordinance would include. Also attached to that staff summary were public comment, and there was a letter included, which I wanted to talk about, from the League of Neighborhoods and what they identified as what they wanted to achieve with a property maintenance ordinance. And this League of Neighborhoods included Plaza Vieja, Pine Knoll, Southside, and Sunnyside. And so what was identified in that letter were to address health issues, dilapidated and abandoned buildings, fire-wise issues, so things like overgrown brush and trees, things that create a fire hazard, alley maintenance, abandoned vehicles, and then there were a couple at the end, false advertisements of rentals, and then landlord accountability. And so those were the stated goals. The ordinance that was attached, again, got very specific. It gets into standards for maintaining your property. Some of the things that the council focused on was they only wanted to focus on the exterior of properties, not the interior. And so some of these standards that were in this ordinance involved, keeping the surfaces in good condition, right? So peeling paint would would be a violation. Other things in disrepair, rotted wood, things like that, materials that were failing. It also had standards for the property itself in terms of the grounds, new definitions for debris. And one of the things I noticed in one of the definitions, which I know we would probably talk a lot about in terms of enforcement, it talked about the debris definition included materials of little or no economic value. And I know Reggie will tell you that when we do respond to calls on debris and garbage, you know, one person's trash is another person's treasure. And so I think that's something we want to keep in mind when we consider definitions that include things like that require some kind of judgment, right? Materials of little or no economic value. But really after that work session, the focus seemed to shift to, well, maybe we don't need to do a property maintenance ordinance, but we really want to focus on dilapidated buildings and dangerous buildings. And so the last two work sessions were really focused on reports on properties that were on a list that were considered to be dangerous or a nuisance to the neighborhood. And so the discussions again then really focused on what do we need to do to beef up our existing codes. There was quite a bit of pushback, I think, at that second work session from the community on whether they really wanted a property maintenance ordinance. And so again, the focus seemed to shift to our existing code. How are they being used? What can we do? And so the last thing I'll touch on are some of the things that we've done since I started with the city in 2011. I started right after I think this discussion ended. But some of the things that we have done since that time that I think are related to neighborhood issues. We do have a neighborhood liaison position, which is the shared position between the city and NAU. Valeria is in that position, and really she works on these kind of neighborhood issues, right? We have an Indigenous coordinator, Rose. We have a dark sky specialist, which focuses on lighting. And this is another theme that came up occasionally was lighting concerns. We do have two other full-time code officers, and we have Reggie as the manager. So that team right now is 4 personnel. I think it's staffed very appropriately. The city's adopted animal keeping regulations since that time. You're all familiar with that. That was a topic that came up and concerns for animals that were being kept and the impacts of that. And then we've adopted, obviously, the new suite of building codes, which is really where the focus shifted after that second work session was on the building code and the housing code and how dangerous buildings are defined and what we can do. And when you read the minutes, there seemed to be some legal advice that maybe we couldn't use those codes as we wished, but then that seemed to shift. And it seemed that staff was given the ability to use those codes to deal with some of these property maintenance issues. And then the last thing I'll mention that we did a couple of years ago was a reorganization. We moved Reggie's team, the code compliance team, into the building safety department. And I think it's been a real success. Reggie can now work directly with Rick Stenosis, our building inspection supervisor. When they get these calls on dangerous conditions, they can work it together. I think they've become more familiar with each other's codes and who does what. And so we do currently rely a lot on Chapter 6, which I believe is the police regulations, and that's where it has a lot of our definitions of a nuisance and some of these other We do still maintain a distressed property list. When I checked last week, I believe Reggie told me we have 11 properties on there. What's kind of nice is when you look back at some of those minutes where there were some very detailed reports about specific properties, we've seen some of these properties removed. We've seen some redeveloped, which is really exciting, particularly in the south side. The tourist home was mentioned. We all know that's been a great success story. A property behind that, I've heard it referred to different things, Grandma's Cottage. I believe that's now been incorporated into a B&B with another cottage moved over there. And so it is nice to see that some of these properties have been saved and revitalized and rebuilt. Others have been removed, but we do still maintain that list. 11 is much less than I think at one point it had like 30 properties on it. And so that's the information I have to start your conversation tonight. We'll be happy to answer any questions you have on our current program. And then I think what would help the discussion for staff is, yeah, what are you trying to achieve with this consideration? Are there specific issues you're hearing about that we need to focus on? And then how do we address existing issues? So that's the input we're looking for. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Fulp. I'm going to go to our public comment first, and then I'm going to ask council for direction.
Mr. Dominguez, you can go ahead and you can speak to council now.
Okay, thank you so much. Well, Mayor and Council, I don't know if you can hear me, Jesse Dominguez, Plaza Vieja Neighborhood Association, also was part of the League of Neighborhoods, and I'd like to speak a little bit about the property maintenance ordinance. It's an old record for me. It's been on repeat for many, many years, and it's what we've always wanted was just something that we were able to what am I trying to say? That we didn't want to be Big Brother, coming with a big hammer and knocking somebody out because the grass was an inch too tall. It was more of a complaint-driven. And if I could give you a little bit of history, is Plaza Vieja was considered by HUD a blighted neighborhood. We had the broken window syndrome. And so we were asking for help, and a lot of we actually even were instrumental of getting CDBG funds for code enforcement cars, and code enforcement staff. So we were wanting to help, and since we were a targeted neighborhood, we just want to make it a nice place to live. And it's just not for our neighborhoods; it's for all of Flagstaff. If you go to 2909 North Main Street, just take a drive by there and look at that yard. That's a hoarder, and I hate to say that, but it's also a fire hazard. And so every time that we have issues or we see something and we call code enforcement, the answer is we can't do nothing about it. We don't have any ordinances. We don't have anything we can do. So we have code enforcement officers that are doing their job, but it's limited. So to me, it's Dan did say the history, but I could actually go back further. We could even go back to 1977 when we were first talking about property maintenance ordinance. And there's other cities that have property maintenance ordinance. And again, I just want to make sure that it's not, Big Brother coming in and wanting to know why you painted your house polka dot. That's, to me, that's just a whole different area. We just want to make sure that everybody's safe and that we keep Flagstaff beautiful. And there's some issues. If people start dumping stuff in their backyard and can't be seen, it's okay. But it's when they start doing it in the front yard. It's when you have the recliner that is maybe got the arms falling off. Oh no, that's my lawn chair. Well, it doesn't look like a lawn chair, but okay, nothing can be done. So I just want to encourage some kind of, and staff is fantastic. I'm sure they can figure out a way to make it better. Yes.
Hold on, Mr. Dominguez. Thank you. Your time is up, but there might be questions. Are there any questions for Mr. Dominguez?
Yes.
Okay, so I see a question by, is it Miss Whelan?
Yes, Mayor. Mr. Dominguez, can you tell me how that affects neighborhoods and perhaps the elderly that live in those neighborhoods that are unable to move those things and create a safety hazard?
It's a real good question and a concern. And I think, there's a lot of people that are elderly. And what we've done is actually, as a neighborhood association in our neighborhood, we actually have our cleanup days and we talk to them and we actually help take them to the dumpster or whatever I don't think we need to pick on the elderly or they can't do it, what have you. That, that would definitely be unfair. I'm in that category right now myself.
And I was not picking on the elderly. I want to be clear about that. I was asking about helping elderly that cannot remove items or perhaps things are on the sidewalk. Thank you.
Okay.
And again, I think we can all work together to help our elderly.
Okay, I believe that Mr. McCarthy, do you have a question for Mr. Dominguez?
No, mine is more of a comment about where we should go on this.
Okay, I'm going to skip down to Ms. Salas. I believe, Ms. Salas, you have a question for Mr. Dominguez?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I have a question for Mr. Dominguez.
Okay, please go ahead.
Mr. Dominguez, are you still on the line?
Yes, I'm still here.
Yes, thank you for speaking up tonight. I do recall having a similar conversation with you at our Zoom meeting at La Plaza with the La Plaza Vieja Neighborhood Association. So would you be interested in moving forward with this discussion and engage the other neighborhood associations, Sunnyside and Southside?
I do believe that would be a possibility. The League of Neighborhoods are basically inactive right now, but we still have presidents from each one of the neighborhoods. And there was actually other neighborhoods like Upper and Lower Greenlaw that wanted to had showed interest in becoming part of the League of Neighborhoods. Also, Bow and Arrow. It's a lot of it was have the absentee landlords that out of sight, out of mind that create issues. It's one of those things about absentee landlords that can't see it from wherever they're at, and so but we see it every day. And so if we can work together, I think we can all work together to get a solution.
So in summary, you would like to move forward with the discussion engaging other neighborhoods.
Correct. Yeah. No, this should be a citywide, and there's other neighborhoods that don't have these problems. They have an HOA or homeowners association, and they pretty well self-regulate. But the older neighborhoods that are in Flagstaff that do not have a homeowners association, that's usually where we have our issues.
So, okay, I heard you loud and clear. You want to pursue this discussion engaging neighborhoods who do not have an existing HOA. Thank you, Mr. Dominguez.
I think that would be, and it has to be. I don't think it should be, Big Brother type thing. It just needs to be complaint driven, minimal, just minimal notices, that type of stuff. And I know that there's other cities and towns that have minimal maintenance ordinance, and that's just more of a, hey, it looks pretty bad, or maybe, the other thing is, if it gets to the point where it's a fire hazard or what have you, then there's the other ordinances that kick in. But this is really, accumulation of trash and what have you, where it's visible from the street. And I know Reggie and his crew try to do the best they can, but they're also limited. So I think we just need to have a discussion and maybe work towards something that everybody will be happy with.
Okay, I'm going to go to Mr. Odegaard.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And I think I heard from Mr. Dominguez that he said he'd be willing to work with staff to help for suggestions concerning a property maintenance ordinance. So I think I'm good with my question, because I think I heard Mr. Dominguez said he'd be willing to work with staff along with others to develop a property maintenance ordinance that would be beneficial for Flagstaff.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dominguez. I don't believe we have more questions for you at this time. City Clerk?
Thank you for following up on it. Thank you so much.
City Clerk, I believe we have another public comment. Hello?
Madam Mayor, the city clerk may be calling the commenter at this time because it was just a recently notified request. So my guess is she's on the phone trying to reach her at this moment. Is there any questions I could ask for council in the interim I could answer?
I don't believe so. I apologize. I think that there's a delay, at least on my end. And so it just got super quiet and I wasn't sure if I was still streaming.
Okay, we can check to see if our city clerk has the commenter on the line. Stacy, are you with us?
Yes, thank you. Miss Deb Harris would like to speak to this item, and she is actually still in the Teams meeting from her presentation earlier. So Miss Harris, you can go ahead.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I was a part of the Southside Community Association when we formed the League of Nations. Well, I am still a part of it. When we formed the League of Neighborhoods. And so the property maintenance ordinance was the first thing that we tackled, or we tried to tackle. And so that's been over close to 15 years. And so I'm really happy to see it back on the city's agenda, or at least on their books again, or in front of them. And so I would say that the Southside Community Association would definitely want to be a part of any conversations with coming up with a property maintenance ordinance that would be helpful to all of us and would improve the looks of the neighborhood. And so I just wanted to jump in there and just let you know that we're on board with that.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Harris. Are there any questions for Ms. Harris from council? Okay, not seeing any. We are going to go back to Ms. Whelan, who has a comment, followed by Mr. McCarthy. I would ask council who would like to weigh in on this if they would just indicate in the chat so I can call on you. Ms. Whelan?
Thank you, Mayor. This agenda item was brought up after Councilman Salas and I had visited with the Sunnyside neighborhood and had that discussion with Plaza Vieja. Also hearing from the South Side and my own experience during the museum fire and the possibility of flooding afterwards, seeing our staff go through alleys and washways and cleaning up weeds and debris and trees. And it seemed to me like it all came together. Again, I'd like to reiterate what Mr. Dominguez was saying. This doesn't need to be some huge, overwhelming plan where it's not a HOA. It focuses in neighborhoods that do not have HOAs. So these are our historic neighborhoods: Sunnyside, Southside, Plaza Vieja, Pine Knoll. Also adding in the other ones that have been mentioned. You know, we have paperwork going back to 2006, and it's brought up and then it's put away. But what happens is these health and safety concerns that I believe our mission is about, the health and safety of our citizens, get tossed to a side. And I trust that our staff who are working with this issue could probably come up with some guidelines, like we have a party ordinance that there's a warning and then the landlord is talked to or mailed. It's very simple and action is taken. Why couldn't our property
maintenance ordinance looks something like that. But I would imagine that our staff have the answers. So if I'm able to say, I'm sorry, but we have nothing to back this up, I would imagine I know exactly what I need to back it up. And so we're looking at times where individuals are moving out of apartments and leaving their waste there, whether that be furniture or abandoned cars or whatever. We're looking at times where weed growth presents a fire hazard. We're looking at those things. And yet when I picked up the ordinance that was last talked about, it has maintenance standards, structure interiors, doors, windows, skylights, all of those types of things. That's not what our neighbors are asking us to empower them with. They're asking us to keep them safe with fire and safety, keeping them safe by helping them clear alleyways and front yards. I really don't think it's that complex. I know Councilmember Salas has been willing to lead this conversation. I can only hope that you will continue to lead this conversation and empower the League of Neighborhoods. And let's get this done. This is a safety issue. This is a health issue. And we owe this to these communities that are powerless. So that's what I have to say. I'd like to move this forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McCarthy.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I remember when this was discussed by council, when was it? Almost a decade ago. I was around then. And I think the reason that it didn't get anywhere is that it was perceived as this was a phrase that I didn't make up. It's one of the council members said that we don't want a nanny state where, the government is like, badgering us about little minor infractions, like a little bit of peeling paint here and there isn't going to be the end of the world. So I definitely support moving this forward, but it has to be done in a way that we don't become a nanny state where we're nitpicking little trivial things. I saw with interest on the report that there's a property at 1726 North Kutch, I think you pronounce it. Mm-hmm. And the reason that caught my eye is that, it was probably 6 months ago, one of the citizens asked me to come over and look at this house. So I did. And the house has been abandoned for over a decade. And the day I went there, the front door was open. So I walked in and it was a catastrophe. It looked like something had just come out of a hurricane. There's either dead animals in there or there was people going to the bathroom in there on the floor. It reeked. It was unbelievable. And I talked to some people on staff, and basically the answer I got is, we don't have any way to do anything about it. Well, we need to change that. In a case like that, which was absolutely blatant, and besides the house reeking and having an open door, since it's been closed, incidentally, somebody put a piece of plywood over the door. But there's an abandoned car. It's probably not been running over a decade. The whole front yard is absolutely overgrown. One of the neighbors told me that they actually went over there and cut down a bunch of the weeds. They didn't have authority to do it, but they just did it because they had to. And I don't blame them. So yes, I do want to move this forward, but it has to be done carefully. It shouldn't be done in a way where we're nitpicking people about trivial things like a little bit of peeling paint on one quarter of their eaves or something. So it has to be done in a reasonable way, in a way that the public isn't thinking, oh my God, it's like the HOA. When I get an HOA letter, it's the first thing I open because it's like, oh, here they go again. and they're going to nitpick me. And I don't want the city to be doing that. But these really blatant things absolutely need to be addressed somehow. Thank you.
Ms. Salas?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I'd like to see this item to move forward and engage the larger community, including all neighborhood associations. I was wondering if some of the discussion can happen in a couple of weeks when we have the neighborhood association update. So that's a question to our city manager as well.
Okay, I'm going to go to Mr. Odegaard.
Thank you, Mayor. And along with Councilmember McCarthy, I do remember these discussions, and I believe at the time, if my memory serves me right, there was a concern about the overreaching of this of a PMO, and I think everyone's have said, including one of our speakers, is they don't want to see that as an overreaching ordinance. And I believe, in the city of Winslow, they do have a PMO, I believe. As Mr. McCarthy has talked about, those properties that are very distressed in nature, and having tools that allows the city to hold the property owner accountable, that's causing the property to be a blight to the neighbors in a neighborhood. And I would like to see this move forward, working with Mr. Dominguez and others to bring forward ideas that would be very universal accepted what a PMO should look like, and really wanted to thank Mr. McCarthy of offering to be very strong moving this forward, because there will be pushback that, as we saw in years past concerning this, but it really does need to happen, because we just don't have the tools for our code enforcement to bring properties in a way that get rid of the blight that the neighbors have to face, which is unfortunate. And so I definitely want to see this move forward. And so thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Folt.
Hi, thank you, Mayor. I did want to comment. We've heard it a couple times tonight about certain situations where, the answer from staff is there's nothing we can do. I know on the examples that have been given, we do, properties must be secured. So the Kutch House has been there. It was in your staff reports from 2010. When people break into it and are squatting in it, we do contact the property owner and say, you have to secure the property. I think a few years back, we did a cleanup of that property in cooperation with the county health department. There was a determination that the overgrowth and the conditions were a health hazard. They were creating a harborage for vermin, I believe is the language. And so the city hired a company to come out and do a big cleanup on that property. And then we put a lien on the property for the cost of that cleanup. And so we do have those tools. We use them. The problem is once it's secured, it takes constant vigilance. A week later, a month later, somebody's broken in again, and it just starts all over. And when you have an absent property owner, it's really hard. And so, we can explore what our ability is to secure those properties on our own. If we don't have an owner who's responding and we can't track them down, we can continue to work with the health department on places that are a health hazard and the conditions that Councilmember McCarthy described. But I can tell you, working with Amy and Reggie, it's not very often we say there's nothing we can do about it. Where it gets very tricky is when somebody doesn't like the appearance of someone's lawn. And I was driving around yesterday and I saw, in someone's front yard, there was some firewood stacked and a snowplow sitting in the driveway, not attached to a truck. I'm sure to a lot of people, they don't like that. It looks unkept, but it's personal property that they're allowed to keep. And so that's, I think, where we struggle the most is, again, when condition that somebody sees as undesirable and unkept, but yet it's just personal property, or they choose to keep their yard a different way. On these dangerous buildings, I actually think we have some really good tools in place to deal with it, but it's just these absentee property owners. And maybe we could explore more aggressive action with our legal team on some of these that have just been abandoned for 15, 20 years. So I just wanted to contribute that to the conversation. And I know Reggie can give you lots of stories where we have had success with hoarders, with folks who are just very unkept and their neighbors don't appreciate it. And I do appreciate Reggie's approach. One of the interesting themes in this material was that we all wanted to be complaint driven, right? Not to be proactive, which we're very proactive these days. We follow council direction, and really the last 5 years, we initiate most of the enforcement cases. And so I do find that interesting, the idea that it would just be complaint driven. I don't know if that was a concern to overwhelm staff and the community, or but that's certainly not been the direction of this council, is to only do complaint-driven code and compliance, and that's not what we do. Thank you. Over.
I'm going to go to Mr. Clifton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Council. Certainly hearing a desire to move forward, but we can tally the entirety of the council when you're ready, Mayor. But so far, those are the notes I'm taking. As to the suggestion by Councilmember Salas that this could also be incorporated into an upcoming presentation or discussion by the neighborhood associations. We don't think we will have Sunnyside neighborhood queued up for that. I don't believe they are ready to present, but I do believe that we will have Southside and Plaza Vieja as well. And you are hearing from at least a couple of representatives from those neighborhoods tonight. So we could continue the discussion next time, but I just wanted to qualify that request by noting I believe at least two of the three that I referenced will be present, and perhaps more. Yeah, I think that's all I have to offer up. I'll be continuing to take notes here to gauge council's direction. Thank you.
So I just wanted to weigh in, first of all, and say thank you to Councilmember Salas and Councilmember Whelan. I also believe that Councilmember Aslan took the opportunity to go and speak with the various neighborhood associations. And that I know Councilmember Salas and Councilmember Whelan brought this particular topic back. I wanted to mention that Mr. McCarthy talked about the house on Crutch Drive or Crutch Street being there for a decade. There's at least two houses in Sunnyside and one in Southside that's been that way for close to 30 years. And this particular conversation, this discussion about property maintenance has been going on, at least for these three neighborhoods, since before 2008. In fact, the League of Neighborhoods that Mr. Dominguez spoke to was a collaboration between Sunnyside, Southside, and Plaza Vieja. And they formed around 6 different topic areas. And the property maintenance ordinance was their #1 issue then, and it appears still to be the same now. The neighborhoods have been ongoing since the beginning that they were not interested in overreaching nanny-type ordinance. What they've been saying since the beginning is that they want help addressing the issues that are in their neighborhood. You know, Mr. Folk has mentioned that he believes that we have the tools to deal with these issues. And I think that that might be the case, but it's not always apparent. And so if anything, a conversation as to how you could put all those tools into one document, I do agree that, you know, what is one person's trash is another person's treasure. But I want to go back to the fact that the neighborhoods are not talking about that. The neighborhoods are talking about issues in the neighborhood that negatively impact quality of life, life and safety issues. And they've been saying that since before 2008. So I do think that this conversation should continue. I'm excited that there seems to be one champion, Ms. Salas, on council who is interested in continuing to bring up issues that the neighborhoods continue to bring up, but there has been no resolution to. I would say in 2014, I believe, the neighborhood associations held a community forum. They held a debate in which everybody who's running for council at that time was asked a question about a property maintenance ordinance. At that time, every single person who was on council said they supported it. Unfortunately, when it came time to actually do it, there was a lack of council will. And so then it kind of went by the wayside. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with this new council and whether or not they're actually going to address these issues that are structural issues in the neighborhoods, or just continue to kick the can down the road. Is there anyone else who wants to weigh in on this? Mr. McCarthy?
I just want to say that I think the key to success here is walking the road between doing nothing and being in any state. If we come up with a reasonable wording in the ordinance that isn't a threat to the average homeowner, then I think the average homeowner will respect what we're trying to do.
And I would just follow up and say, I think that's what the neighborhoods are asking. I think that they would be interested in seeing just that. Mr. Aslan?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's often, not always, but often convenient to follow Councilmember McCarthy. I think I would echo his sentiments exactly. I'm just weighing in briefly here for the record, to make sure it's known that I'm all about moving this forward. Too often, neighbors do not have the tools they need to do a reasonable job in good faith to keep their neighborhoods safe and secure. And to a certain extent, tidy. I want to choose my words carefully here, and I don't know that I am picking the right word, because we definitely have the right to not be presented at our best from time to time, but it's also just a matter of neighbors acting in good faith to be good neighbors, and neighbors should have a few more tools at their disposal to make the big obvious problems and safety concerns mitigated. So I definitely support moving this forward. And again, it's about hitting that sweet spot where we're not creating a nanny state, but we are keeping our neighborhoods and our streets safe for everybody, for the entire community. And I'm looking forward to seeing some better enforcement come out of this. Thank you.
Okay. City Manager, do you have what you need?
Crystal clear. Thank you.
All right. So we are now going to move down our agenda. We're down to item number 9. This is a discussion and consideration for a future action of an emergency resolution declaring a housing crisis in Flagstaff.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Sarah Dar, Housing Director. I am clicking on share screen. I believe you should be able to see that now.
Yes.
Excellent. Okay. I'll start over. Thank you. Mayor and Council, Sarah Dar, Housing Director, here tonight to present to you for your consideration at your request, a draft housing crisis resolution. A quick overview for tonight. We have a pretty short presentation. I'm going to go over the timeline. We're going to look at the citizens petition, including some of the statistics listed within it. We'll talk through the elements of the draft resolution, and then we're seeking your specific direction tonight. Timeline is that the citizens petition was turned in on October 13th. It was calendared as a fair item for consideration on October 19th. There was unanimous council support with moving forward. In the past few weeks, housing staff has worked closely with the creator of the petition, as well as legal, to create the draft resolution for your feedback tonight. So it's reviewing of the citizens petition. The title was Flagstaff's response to our local community's long-term housing crisis, with the action being we request that Flagstaff City Council declare a housing crisis in the city of Flagstaff through emergency resolution. This action should be followed by the prioritization of housing as a focus of investment, action, and support by the city. And when we get to the resolution text tonight, I want you to know that staff worked very, very carefully to hold true to the requests within the citizens petition. And in fact, if council chooses to adopt a resolution, we will stick with many of the items mentioned in that document as well. So why declare a housing crisis? It's a review of data from the document itself. Is affordable housing in Flagstaff has been a documented need for more than 50 years, and in fact has reached crisis levels in recent years. So we have data showing that housing costs are pushed higher and higher by limited supply and increasing external demand, which exceeds the buying and renting power of our local workforce. And this has been happening for decades, while income has only increased slightly or largely remained stagnant. This didn't occur overnight. It is a result of several factors that have been building for decades. As a result, it will require a variety of action and time to ensure that community members do have a pathway to affordable and equitable housing opportunities. Over the past 10 years, the median sales price of a home in Flagstaff has risen by 53%, while our area median income rose only by 14%. Our cost of housing is 33% higher than the national average, and our general cost of living is 13.4% higher. And in the Econa study published in 2017, over half of Flagstaff's workforce stated they were considering leaving because of housing costs. This will shock you. I know it shocks me every time I see it, but 49% of all Flagstaff households classify as low income, according to the chart we're required to use by HUD. 22,000 community members are living in a housing cost burdened household in either rental or in ownership. And there are over 689 unique individuals experiencing homelessness in our community. And of these, 155 are chronically homeless. You've heard this more and more. Housing staff is pretty passionate as well, and I think it's evidenced by the recent importance during this pandemic of both housing and the concept of home. So individuals without stable housing, not just during this pandemic, but always, are more vulnerable to poor health and communicable diseases. As we know, based on our community conditions right now, unhoused people have limited options for safe and sanitary shelter, and it makes responding to something like the COVID-19 pandemic very difficult. We do know that households with safe, decent, affordable homes are better positioned to participate in our communities, both economically and socially. They're better able to find employment. Their children are known to perform better in school, and they maintain improved health. So why declare a housing crisis? What does it do? With this resolution that we crafted with legal, council in the city of Flagstaff would declare a housing crisis exists within our city and region. And it would recognize the need to make housing a leading priority for the organization of the city of Flagstaff and for the community of Flagstaff overall. I think it's important to point out here that we are being respectful of the language that a housing crisis exists within our city and region, but want to remind our listening audience and public that the city of Flagstaff doesn't really have the ability to operate outside of its corporate city limits. So it's just a recognition at this point that the housing crisis doesn't stop at our municipal borders, that it does impact the areas around us, but we will only be able to work within. What does the resolution do? The resolution states that within 9 months, a housing plan focused on housing development and preservation within the city for the next 10 years will be presented to council. While we have a number of planning documents surrounding housing in Flagstaff and many of our programs, it is housing staff's recommendation that we utilize these plans along with the citizens petition to inform a single simplified user-friendly plan, as the multiple planning documents are often difficult for the public to utilize in a meaningful way. We will still be required to complete all of the other planning documents, as many of them are required by our funding agencies. The resolution also commits the city of Flagstaff to its own citywide prioritization of housing efforts, building upon the housing plan once it is completed, or building upon the housing plans that are already in place as the foundational framework for establishing work programs, prioritizing staff work, and allocating necessary funding for its implementation when such funding is available. As always, we keep fair housing and equal opportunity as a central focus of our work. And in addition to keeping it as a focus, we also seek to reduce barriers to full and equal access to housing, as well as we provide fair housing education and resources within the community. We think it's critically important to keep that focus here in the declaration of a housing crisis, as fair housing is central to equal opportunity. The citizens petition, among other discussions and documents, including the Econa report, calls out the need for greater education surrounding the importance of affordable housing in a thriving community. It's a conversation our Housing Commission has had. It's a conversation council's had. So it's also included in the citizens petition. So it states the city of Flagstaff will create and implement a public outreach campaign to educate the community about the critical role affordable housing plays, turning NIMBY into YIMBY. What does the resolution do? It states continue to lobby and support federal state legislation to increase the amount of funding available for the preservation and construction of affordable housing. I've had a couple of questions about the word preservation in this context as we were working on this document. So I want to point out specifically that preservation is preserving of housing units that already exist in our community. There is no greater green building than one that is already built. And preservation of housing within our community also allows our community members to age in place, to maintain generational wealth if it's a home ownership situation, to pass that wealth along, etc. So preserving our affordable housing units that are already in our community is also an important component of a full affordable housing picture. If you're following along word by word and you're looking at the resolution, you may notice that the word lobby is missing out of the resolution. So our esteemed deputy city manager suggested that I add it here as he was reviewing and approving these items. And I thought that's a great idea, as council's very passionate about this. And we stuck it in and we sent Stacy a new copy and she attached it to the agenda. And hours later, I had this oh no thought of, well, that doesn't match the resolution. It doesn't match, but I present that here for your feedback and consideration. And that's why there's that difference. The resolution also states to explore and support additional local funding resources for the creation of affordable housing units and expansion of programs to improve access to housing. Tonight, we are seeking your direction on the draft resolution. I'm also interested in feedback on the timing of adoption. Would this council like the resolution to come back before the new council is sworn in on December 15th? Excuse me, it is reflected on the working calendar as a walk-on for next Tuesday, December 1st, if that is council's desire. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions, listen to any comments, and receive direction. Thank you.
Council, we have 2 public comments on this item. I'd like to take those first before council direction.
Mayor, I have our first public commenter on the line. His name is Tyler Denham. Tyler, you can go ahead and provide your comments.
Hi, thank you. So I'm calling in to urge the Flagstaff City Council to pass the housing crisis resolution in agenda item 10. The resolution itself is very detailed in describing the scope and scale of Flagstaff's crisis, so I won't rehash the statistics, but it's just important to know that this is impacting thousands of residents, and decisive action is really required. It was really required years ago. It's really required now. Passing the resolution is a good first step, and this is going to mimic some of the comments I made in an earlier meeting, but after passing the resolution, just some suggestions I would love to see the City Council take in addressing the housing crisis is, first, I really think the City Council needs to get serious about looking at the Flagstaff zoning code. You can't decrease housing costs without increasing housing supply, and housing supply in Flagstaff is strangled by a zoning code that blocks development and density at every turn. It's chock full of things like mandatory setbacks, parking minimums, height restrictions, and density limitations. Second, the council should mandate that housing supply impacts be part of staff reports on proposed developments, zoning changes, and other relevant policy decisions. I've said this before, but if these impacts aren't explicitly stated, the council won't be able to adequately evaluate trade-offs in policy decisions. Third and finally, the City Council should really try and increase engagement with those 22,000 Flagstaff residents who are housing cost burdened. City Council meetings and community engagement forums tend to be dominated by homeowners who are unaffected by housing affordability. If the council received more representative feedback from the community, I think they would find it much easier to make the tough decisions needed to increase housing supply. And I hope you give due consideration to these suggestions, and thank you very much for your time.
Council, are any questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you.
Mayor, I believe we're trying to queue up our second commenter.
Yep.
My apologies, folks. I'm going to restart Devana. I had her start and had messed up the mute, so I'm going to, Devana, would you like to give your comments to Mayor and Council again? My apologies.
Yeah, sure. Sorry about that. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of Council. My name is Devana McLaughlin, and although I serve on the City's Housing Commission, my comments tonight are my own. I also have the privilege to work for Housing Solutions of Northern Arizona, a local housing nonprofit organization which works to provide decent, affordable housing options to help Flagstaff households identify and maintain safe, decent, and affordable housing. It's my honor to have submitted the citizens petition for your initial consideration with help from dozens of community members who signed on in support. I'll keep it short tonight. I appreciate the efforts of this council to support and expand efforts to create affordable housing options for our Flagstaff families. Housing continues to be one of the biggest challenges our low and moderate income households face as our housing costs continue to exceed what families can afford. I urge you to move forward to adopt the housing crisis resolution and look forward to working with Council, the Housing Commission, staff, and the community to continue to implement strategies to help our community create, preserve, and expand affordable housing. Thank you for your consideration and your support.
Are there any questions for Ms. McLaughlin? Okay, I don't see any. Thank you. So, Council, we're looking for action to give direction on this. I'm going to go to Mr. Aslan first, followed by Mr. Odegaard, followed by Mr. McCarthy. Mr. Aslan?
Yeah, I want to start off with a question, a genuine question here. What is the effective significance of this being an emergency resolution, or the language of crisis and emergency for this resolution? Is that just verbiage, or is there an actual is there an actual separate set of teeth in terms of the prioritization measures with an emergency resolution versus a standard resolution?
Is that something that the city clerk or the city attorney could answer?
Mayor, I would defer to the city attorney on that question.
And Mr. Aslan, I'm sorry, it cut out for a moment when you mentioned your question. Could you please restate it?
No problem. So I'm wondering what the actual significant difference is between your standard type of resolution and an emergency resolution. And does this resolution fall into that second category if it's something separate with different powers and authorities?
So an emergency, declaring a crisis or an emergency resolution, you may have in an ordinance, for example, you're going to have a situation where the ordinance can go into effect immediately. An emergency ordinance is different. A resolution, however, just has the impact of indicating that this is our policy, it is an emergency, and it is in place at this moment.
I see that Ms. Dar has a comment as well. Ms. Dar.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Members of council, in working with the city attorney's office, I believe we removed the word emergency. That was contained within the citizen's petition itself, but as it did not apply, not policy-wise, but procedurally to this action, I believe our city attorney, not the city attorney, the housing city attorney, suggested that we remove the word emergency. And I'm looking over the draft right now, and I don't see it in there.
And I believe that is the case. I don't think the word emergency is in the resolution.
And can you guys remind me, is that word something that is in existence with our climate crisis emergency resolution? We throw around these words all the time, but sometimes the actual legality matters, and I'm just trying to clear up what these two resolutions actually are versus just common language.
Councilmember Aslan and council, I'd have to go back and look at the climate emergency resolution to know for sure, but let me do that. I'll take a moment.
Well, I appreciate you doing that. I'm happy to share some of my hesitations in thinking about this. I looked through this resolution and I agree with everything that's stated in here. And I also agree that there's a lot of urgency and it has lingered for far too long within the city of Flagstaff to address these things and to create some sort of pathway or methodology to get serious and to get real about addressing these things. I have some serious concerns about what we're doing tonight being too deeply equated with the climate emergency that we passed over the summer. I think there are significant differences between the two, and while sometimes words are just words, sometimes they matter. And, I'm just thinking out loud with everybody here. I'm looking forward to hearing what everybody else has to say. But when we start declaring everything a priority and everything an emergency, that dilutes our city staff's ability to actually prioritize these things, one versus the other. And it's interesting because embedded within this whole dynamic, especially when it comes to housing and building houses, as there's a lot of tension and there might be some knocking of heads in terms of which priority wins the day. And I'm not doing the best of articulating my thoughts here, but I want to make sure that we're not setting ourselves up for a boxing match between two priorities that have been declared. and that we are sufficiently looking at these two urgent matters through a lens of how they are synergized with each other and not how they compete with each other. And I just don't know that we're ready to declare a second emergency and to reorient our city staff to prioritize this when we've already done that once this year with another matter where on the surface, there could be a lot of ways in which these two goals come into conflict with each other. Now, to be clear, I do not think that this is a zero-sum game. I honestly believe that we can tackle our climate problems and we can tackle our housing problems and we can lift all boats. I'm not clear that we've had enough conversations and that we've had enough dialogue within these two perceived camps that it's appropriate for us to move forward at this point with conflicting resolutions. So I hope that gave you enough time to look things up, Mr. City Attorney, and I look forward to hearing if you have any clarifying comments about all that.
Thank you, Councilmember Aslan and Mayor, Council. The climate emergency resolution does contain the word emergency. I was almost positive, but before stating one way or the other, I wanted to make sure of that. So yes, the word emergency is in that resolution.
Thank you. And the resolution before us tonight does not have that same level of designation.
That's correct.
Okay, well, that's very interesting. Thank you. I may have more comments and thoughts later, Mayor, but I'm eager to hear from others.
I'm going to go then to Mr. Odegaard, followed by Mr. McCarthy.
Mayor, I would prefer to go to Ms. Starr first, and then I'll provide my comments.
I'm sorry, Ms. Starr, I didn't see that you had a comment.
No worries, Mayor. I'm way down in the chain. I just wanted to take a moment to highlight the language contained within the whereases. We did not highlight all of the whereases, and it seems that we missed an opportunity to do so with this one. I believe you can see it on your screen, and I've highlighted it in yellow. We did meet with sustainability. We talked to them about how these two, excuse me, how these two pieces can work in concert. Along the lines of stating with the whereas housing opportunities close to employment, activity centers, permanent transit, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, furthering goals identified in the city's climate action and adaptation plan, as well as the regional plan. So we did have a conversation with sustainability, and I feel there are few times where housing affordability and sustainability come into conflict. So while I hear you, I am listening to your words and seeking to understand them. I did want to point out that I missed the opportunity to highlight this within the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Starr. Mr. Odegaard.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And Councilmember Aslan, I believe there is not conflicting resolution concerning the climate emergency that was declared and the urgency concerning housing. As you just stated, we can work together, or a future council will work together to deal with these two issues that have urgency to our communities here in Flagstaff. 49% of our residents, as we just saw, are low income. That is terribly sad for our community that they're in that position, that they struggle to be here in Flagstaff. And as we saw, another 44% of residents are thinking about leaving our community in the near future. This is most important that we need to take a firm stand as a community that our struggles concerning affordability issues. Councilmember Aslan, I want to thank you for providing the second of my amendment last week. That was very courageous of you, because that was a huge policy shift statement for our community, that we value affordable housing. We need affordable housing for our community. And I want to thank you for that. And, you know, since I've been elected on Flagstaff City Council, we've talked about affordable housing, and it just seems like we just cannot get there to really make a huge difference. Yes, we have some successes here and there. You know, it's unfortunate that we cannot require affordable housing. We ask people that bring us affordable housing, but we just can't require it because of state laws. And then I was gonna say, you know, when I got on city council, a previous city council brought forward and voted with me to purchase 2 acres next to the Seiler home community to help to do a redevelopment of our city-owned and managed housing here in Flagstaff. City-owned and managed housing here in Flagstaff, we've had the same, you know, those same 3 neighborhoods for the last, you know, 50 years, 5 decades. And there's really been no change. I know there's a process working through housing now to do a potential redevelopment, hopefully to partner with a nonprofit or a for-profit entity to bring us more housing that will really make a difference for the community. I believe we should make a statement that for future councils, whether it's the next council or the councils afterwards, that the community does value to have affordable housing for our community and wants to make a difference. It takes political will. And usually political will has always faltered in the past. And I've been, you know, my own decisions has that happened, and I'm trying to correct those actions and put in place for future councils and make it a little easier so they don't have to experience some uncomfortableness of trying to bring affordable housing to our community. And so I'm supportive of this. I would like to see a decision by this council next week if staff is ready. I think I heard that they would be ready. I do like the speakers that spoke. The first speaker spoke about maybe during our executive summaries, talk about whether making a difference concerning affordability housing in the decisions that will be coming forward towards future councils. I do like the addition of that in the executive summary, that, you know, we talk about some of the goals in that executive summary. Are they meeting the goals? Well, I'd also like to have that goal in there of meeting the affordability issue. And so that's my all comments, Mayor, and thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McCarthy.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I would like to add a sentence to the resolution, and I sent these words to Stacy, our city clerk. And Stacy, is there a possibility you could put those up on the screen? Magic! So this is section 2 in the resolution. This is a section that talks about the housing plan that Ms. Dar referred to. And in one sentence, it says, the plan elements will include ways the city resources, including land, staff, and financial resources, can best be utilized to achieve identified goals. And then the sentence I'm suggesting is indented on your screen right now. It says, the plan elements will also include ways the city can encourage more housing construction by the private sector, especially for reasonably priced housing, and more occupancy by local residents. That last phrase, more occupancy by local residents, what I'm talking about there is 25% of our homes are owned by people that don't live here. And many of them are just weekend homes for people that live down in Phoenix, and also short-term rentals. And, you know, I totally understand some of the complications with that, the state law, et cetera. But I think that should be in the goal of things that if we can address those, we should. So my proposal is to add that one sentence. And then I have some other comments. Shall I go ahead and make those, or do we want to talk about this one sentence?
Let's go ahead and have you make the rest of your comments, and then as council goes around and weighs in, council can indicate the sentence. I think that might be the best way to do it.
Okay, that makes sense. My other comments kind of dovetail with Mr. Aslan's comments. I guess I'm a little concerned that we made a climate emergency declaration, and now we're talking about a housing emergency declaration. I could see that we probably appropriately could make a forest health emergency declaration, a coronavirus emergency, cultural diversity, protecting our water supplies. I mean, that's a very important issue for the future with more drought and climate change. So I guess my point is that I'm a little concerned that if we make a whole list of crisis declarations, that in effect dilutes the climate crisis resolution that we already passed. And I don't know that we want to start down that road. I'm not taking a formal position on it, but I'm just throwing that out there kind of as a follow-up to what Mr. Aslan said and saying there was some sense to what he said. So those are my comments for now. Thank you, Mayor.
I want to just check back in with legal because I think we are currently under an emergency declaration when it comes to COVID-19. Is that correct?
The proclamation and the declaration of an emergency was made by you, Mayor. That's correct. It wasn't a council declaration through resolution.
Okay, but we have one in place right now?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to go to the Vice Mayor, then I see Ms. Whelan, then I see Ms. Starr.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council, for the discussion. I want to thank Ms. Starr for your work with us in collaboration with our partners, Ms. Devonna McLaughlin, and all the petition signers, along with all of our hardworking, big heart community members who are working day in, day out to figure out alternative, creative ways to get people into housing. You know, I want to go back and harp on a point that Councilmember Odegaard brought up, which is that in the 2017 Econa report, 54.6% of residents that responded to that report stated that they were considering leaving Flagstaff. Okay, that's 54.6% that responded to that report. What does that leave our community with? What does that look like? What will Flagstaff be in a few years from now? Again, this is from 2017 that this came out. We've been in a housing crisis, you know, for so long. And Mayor, I believe there's documents going back to the 20s, 100 years ago, talking about affordable housing being a need and a priority here in Flagstaff. I mean, we're landlocked, and our community loves our, you know, view sheds and our outdoors. And it doesn't need to necessarily be a us versus them kind of thing when we talk about climate and our climate emergency. I don't see it being one side or the other side. I know we received an email from a community member involved with the Sierra Club expressing concern, but I mean, my understanding is that our list of our need for affordable housing is massive, and it is so big. Ms. Dar, can you talk about, just really briefly, can you tell me how many folks are on our affordable housing list? I want to say it's close to a couple thousand.
I can. 2 seconds, let me find it. Okay. On our public housing list, these are approximate numbers because they change daily, but on our public housing list, we have about 1,400. On our Section 8 list, we have about 1,350 and about 120 at Clark Homes. Adding those together, our total is 2,870, if I mathed that correctly, which I believe I did.
Thank you. And then on our front door list that is operated through our community partners, I believe there's some 680 individuals on that list. Does that sound correct to you, Ms. Starr?
I'm watching my screen to see if a staff person throws me a number. I do not know that one off the top of my head. I do know that it has ever been increasing, especially within the time of COVID. Leah is saying it's in the presentation, so you are correct. It is the number of 689 unique individuals. It sounds like that number came from the front door coordinated entry list. So yes.
So, I mean, to me, council, and to the public, this is a crisis. This is an emergency. You know, this is, and it's not necessarily let's, you know, cut down every field, let's, you know, build every parcel we have. But at the same time, we're landlocked and we're surrounded by woods. We're surrounded by nature. And so we have very limited options as to where we can build. And you know, being someone who's a renter and not a homeowner and seeing the prices go up during this pandemic and more recently because of the market, because of the demand. I mean, houses are being bought in Flagstaff at cash prices above listings again and again. And I mean, how am I ever supposed to live here? You know? But yeah, I can be the biggest advocate for climate. And again, I'm not trying to pin one against the other. But my point is, what do we want to see in our community? What kind of community do we want to have? You know, we talked about the Live Black experience earlier this evening. And the NIMBYism in Flagstaff, I mean, it really is bugging me. It really is, you know, and I used to, you know, understand that perspective more so. But now that, you know, being elected and representing the entire 75,000 population of Flagstaff, I mean, we need to address this because the status quo that we're doing is not working. If we continue with business as usual, we're going to become the next Aspen or Vail. And that is not what we want to see in Flagstaff. That is not what we are. And that is not what I'm going to be allowing us to become. So, you know, given, you know, as Councilmember Odegaard mentioned, with the state preemptions and the lack of our ability to implement inclusionary zoning and things along those lines, I mean, this is way overdue. I'm glad to see us talking about it tonight. I'd like to see this come back to us next week. And I'd like for this also to come back to the new council, because at the end of the day, as Councilmember Odegaard said, again, it's going to come down to political will. And we're going to have folks come out saying, oh, you know, don't do this, don't do this. And we need to have the strength to speak for those who don't have a voice, who aren't going to show up because they're working 2-3 jobs, because they're barely making it paycheck to paycheck. They don't have time to email us. They don't have time to engage with our council meetings. We got to remember we represent them too. Thank you, Mayor.
Ms. Whelan is followed by Ms. Salas. Ms. Whelan?
Yes. I'm very interested to hear some specifics as to the concerns of how these two emergencies, crises, would rub up against each other, and why the thought is that this would be a divisive measure. So when I'm done speaking, Councilmember Aslin, Councilmember McCarthy, perhaps you could share some specifics that you're thinking about. I believe that it is a crisis. I believe that it's an emergency. And I'm looking at slide 3 in the timeline. So first we had the citizens petition received on October 13th. On October 19th, the fair item was consideration of a housing crisis emergency resolution. I don't understand why the emergency is dropped out of it, just because it doesn't. I'd like maybe legal can help me with that. Why would you advise that that would be taken out of it? Because I believe it should stay in it. I believe this should come back to council on Tuesday, and I look forward to hearing what are the specifics that fellow council members feel is so divisive with these two pieces. We're not talking about calling everything a crisis or emergency. We had climate action. We knew that that was the best thing to do for our community. And now we have housing, and we know that this is the best thing to do for the community. So if you wouldn't mind, please help me understand better.
So I'm going to actually go to our city attorney first. Then I'm going to allow Ms. Salas to weigh in. Then I'll go back to Mr. Aslan and Mr. McCarthy. Then I have something to say as well. Mr. Solomon?
Thank you, Mayor and Councilmember Whelan and Council. I just want to point out that we'll be coming back next week. And I can tell you, if Council wants us to look at putting the word emergency back in the resolution, we can have discussions with staff about that further. I just want to point that out and let you know that that's something we can consider.
Well, Sterling, help me understand why it was even dropped. It was brought to us as a housing crisis emergency resolution. Why wouldn't it stay that way?
Right, and that's something that, to be honest, may be necessary to advise you about in executive session, and that's why I haven't gone any further into it at this point. If Council gives direction tonight that they'd like us to consider putting that word back in, we can hold an executive session and talk to you about that.
I would like to know. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I second that, Councilmember Whelan.
So would you like to go into executive session now, or can we finish the conversation and then have it slated for next week? I think that might be better.
I think it would be better to finish the conversation, Mayor, and have it slated for next week.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
So we're going
You're
to
welcome.
we're going to go to Ms. Salas. I will then return to Mr. Aslan and Mr. McCarthy. Then I have some comments.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You know, whether it is declared as a crisis emergency, or an emergency, you know, there is obviously an increasing need to address housing availability, housing attainability, housing affordability. You know, we have seen it in the slides presented on the recent housing data. 49% of all Flagstaff households are low income. Over 22,000 Flagstaff community members are living in housing cost-burdened households. So I, respectfully disagree with Council members Aslan and McCarthy. And I believe that housing needs, they've been manifested since 1920s. The need for housing, which according to Econa, we are in need of over 5,000 housing units for our Flagstaff workforce. So it has been going on for decades that it has become, a state of normalcy. And I believe that declaring housing crisis is not mutually exclusive with the climate emergency declaration. In fact, they are complementary and to a certain extent interdependent. So I'd like to see this move forward as soon as possible.
Mr. Aslan?
Yes, thank you, everybody. Thank you. I would like to try to do my best to address your questions, Councilmember Whelan. And just a lot of thoughts swirling around here, and hopefully I can sort of pace my way through them in a way that makes sense to everybody. You know, I was very conflicted about this coming into it, and I was reassured a little bit by the city attorney and Sarah Dar as well. And then I subsequently started becoming a bit skittish about it again. And I want to be clear at the outset, and I don't think this can be stated enough, apparently, because there's already some confusion creeping in here. I do not think that addressing our climate emergency and addressing the urgency of our housing situation are mutually exclusive. I firmly believe, actually, and I have to believe, that we can tackle both, because I do not think that the values embedded within both of these conversations are in conflict or are with tension. But I think the solutions to each of these problems carry a ton of conflicting sentiments and misunderstandings and inabilities to work through process and to actually have a dialogue and to arrive at the right weave of the needle that gets us to a solution on both issues. I don't think we're at the place yet where we are responsibly and honestly having those conversations. A climate emergency, to me, was a very, very, very loud call that we made out. It was something that we did that carried an enormous amount of weight above and beyond our normal type of business. It was an incredibly significant and meaningful label to give a problem that we're facing. A climate emergency is acknowledging the scientific and ecological reality of a global as well as a local problem that we need to address as quickly as possible before the rubber band snaps and we can never have things back the way that they were, and that the global community, including humans all over the place, are left with a much less healthy planet and much more problems in terms of personal health and in terms of our ability to even feed ourselves with ecologically healthy communities. A housing crisis, while I agree that it is urgent, it is something that we need to address, and that it is something that we can address if we put our minds to it, is not the same thing. A housing crisis is a decision of policy. It is a matter of moral values. It is about politics. It is about decisions we're making for certain groups of people to make sure that they feel welcome and able to stay here. And it is a matter, the solutions are economic, they're political, they involve a completely different type of animal than the foundational baseline physics and science behind our changing climate. So they are not equated. We can't go to the public and say we just declared with this unprecedented maneuver a climate crisis, and now we're declaring this crisis and we're declaring this crisis. Okay? To be clear with you, again, I'm going to repeat this and repeat it. I think there is solutions that are synergistic between these two problems. And I would love to see our community put our money where our mouth is and deliver on both of these things. But I don't think our community is there yet. I don't think that's the dialogue we're having. I don't think it's the dialogue we're about to have. And when you ask about what are the conflicts between these two things, well, I think they're pretty blaring, actually. And the umbrella term around this comes down to growth. I will not support this resolution if it includes Councilmember McCarthy's new language. More housing construction by the private sector is one of those things that's going to scare me away from this. This council for the past 2 years has had many dialogues going back and forth about how do we get out of the housing crisis. And one of the solutions, not the only one, but one of them, the conversation often comes back to developing more housing stock. And I fundamentally do not believe in my marrow that this is a supply and demand issue. It goes way deeper than that. And the solution to the housing problem does not necessarily involve building more houses. If we build more houses, we're only going to have more people who have the privilege and the resources to leave the dying climate in Phoenix to move up here and buy another $550,000 house. We're not solving the problem for the people who are facing the affordability issue. We're only building more houses and making it easier for people who are least affected by the problem to come up here and escape the climate issues. That's what's happening. And I believe if we're going to be building new construction, we have to be talking about the additional expense of new, more environmentally responsible building materials that have a greater capacity to convert to energy efficiency and savings. And I don't see that that's where we're at. Whenever we start talking about housing, we talk about the actual physical cost and the taxes and the fees, and we're avoiding the actual engineering issues that we need to be addressing and the larger social buy-in that we need to get from the community to pay the additional costs it's going to take in order to make going carbon neutral by 2030 a reality. And if I think it's a very, very loud tension that we're looking, I mean, we see it over and over again. We need to be spending money on going carbon neutral. And a lot of these things are going to make homes physically more expensive. And until we can figure out the right path forward in terms of putting people who need homes into homes in Flagstaff so they can stay here, and allowing others to pick up the cost so that we're making homes for the right people. And we should be doing it all over town, by the way, not just in certain areas while excluding others. But I want to address the housing problem for the people in Flagstaff who need houses. And I don't want to be distracted by the squirrel of building more and more houses so that people can move into Flagstaff to avoid their own climate crisis in their backyards elsewhere around the world. I don't know if that's clear enough for everybody. I'm probably rambling at this point, which is something I tend to do when I feel like the urgency of being heard. But I appreciate all the time I've been given to speak on this. And Councilmember Whelan, if that wasn't clear enough insight, be it in your mind, wayward thinking or spot on, please ask for some more clarification. But I feel like I've provided some, at least a window into the ways in which I'm concerned about this. And I just think we need to be having some more conversations about how do we synergize the housing need for the people who need houses in Flagstaff and going carbon neutral by 2030 within the city of Flagstaff. You know, one of the things that might be interesting is if we declare this resolution, it will force the conversation, right? But I don't see these resolutions as equal. So I do not want to see the word emergency in this resolution. I think it's a different thing altogether. I don't think that makes it less worthy of combating, of tackling, and of coming to a solution on. But it's important to me that we parse these terms. And I also think, just instinctually, I think it would be intelligent for us to not get too prescriptive in our language at this point, at this early juncture, by adding stuff about housing construction. To me, that's a poison pill. All right, I'll leave it there. And thank you so much for your time and the platform, Mayor Evans. I know you will have some responses to all this.
I'm going to go to Mr. McCarthy, then I'm going to go to the Vice Mayor. Then I do have some comments.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I think Mr. Aslan covered the, how many crisis resolutions is it appropriate for us to have? I don't know where I'm going to come down on this in the end. But I think he stated what my thoughts were. And so I'm going to move away from that. But I guess it's the poison pill for Mr. Aslan, to me, is an important part of it. And why is that? I've heard tonight that we need to build 5,000 housing units. We are not going to accomplish that with city resources, including land, staff, and financial resources. We are not going to do that by subsidies, be it a government subsidy or a subsidy by a builder building things for and selling things for less than his cost. The way we're going to do it is to somehow encourage the builders to build more houses. We need 5,000 houses. So this idea that, supply and demand doesn't work, well, there may be some truth to that. There's this concept of elasticity. But if we need 5,000 units, we're not going to get them through government programs and city programs. We're going to have to get the private sector to help us. And I feel very strongly that we need to work with the private sector and understand what we can do to help them. And that doesn't mean subsidize them, but it means to encourage them. And I don't know what we need to do. That's the question that needs to be tackled by the Housing Commission and by staff in this new report, that's this housing plan that's being talked about. So I feel very strongly that those words are completely appropriate. And if they're left out, then I think then we're just relying on government subsidies and private sector subsidies, and that's not going to cut it. That might get us 100 units a year. We need 1,000 units a year. So I feel very strongly about adding those words. And I thank Mr. Aslan for addressing my proposal, even though he and I may not agree on it. And I would be very curious to see what the other council members think about adding words, either the words I laid out or similar words. I'm open-minded about editing. I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you, Coral.
Real quickly, can I respond to that, Mayor?
Very quickly.
Yeah, I just want to say, Councilmember McCarthy, I think there might be a way to work that language so both of us are happy. I don't know that it would be appropriate to figure that out in real time right here.
Well, maybe you and I can have an offline discussion. I'm certainly open-minded about talking.
Well, it all depends if it's relevant or not. I sense that this thing could go its own direction regardless of my opinions about it, but we'll see what happens.
Right. Thank you, Austin.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council, for the discussion again. And Councilmember Aslan, thank you for your passion here and being vulnerable and speaking out at the dais with us. I wish we were in person to see each other's body language and be in person on a challenging conversation. But I'm not afraid of that conversation either. I'm happy to have it. There definitely could be, some room where, some area between the values where things get tense. And I'm fine to talk about them openly. That doesn't, scare me at all. Councilmember McCarthy, I appreciate your edits, and I fully agree with what you're saying. We need that public-private partnership to be successful. If we ever want to overcome the front door list, the affordable housing list, the Section 8 list, I mean, oh my God, what a daunting task. And we need our private sector partners. And on the topic of growth, I know in this past campaign cycle, there's been a lot of talk about growth and stopping it and slowing it down and throttling growth. And I just want to say, we can say that this is about politics, the economy, whatever it is that we want to say. But at the end of the day, this is about human beings and our community members. And when we talk about throttling growth or stopping growth, I mean, for one, we don't have the jurisdiction to do that. And secondly, if we do anything that does really throttle growth, it's so much privilege in that action of doing so. My philosophy has always been, let's embrace growth, let's work with growth, let's make it work for us and our community values. But, I know I am intimidated and concerned about the future council and how much talk I've heard about in the community and the chatter around growth and stopping growth. I just think it's a ridiculous thought that the public has at times as to something we should do. As the mayor always says, how many of us moved to Flagstaff and now we're like, close it up? It just takes, I just privilege just pops into my mind every second that I think about this topic, and that these are human beings we're talking about. And like the climate act, the climate effort and that declaration was amazing. It was beautiful. It was community gathering and empowering. But again, the population that is directly impacted by the lack of a good market to live within and to thrive within, they're not going to be able to show up at these meetings. They're not going to come speak out because they're working, right? And I know I already spoke about that, so I'm not going to say that again. Again, this is our community. Let me see. Councilmember Aslan, you talked about, and I'm not trying to go back and forth too much with you on this. I just wanted to address a couple things you mentioned. You talked about the privilege of people to leave Flagstaff to leave Phoenix and come up to Flag. I'm more thinking about the families that are growing their kids here in Flagstaff and their kids being able to thrive in Flag. If they're looking at houses as I'm starting to do, I mean, it's just like, no way in hell, you're not going to be able to live here. And so, I think we need to keep in mind the generations that are growing up and that the families that are here and making sure that their kids can find a place to call home. And then, you did talk about the cost of building houses, taxes, fees, engineering costs, et cetera, et cetera. But at the end of the day, it's market driven. And, as we're seeing very recently with the pandemic, if the market is willing to pay cash and above the asking price, it doesn't matter what the cost was to build it. That developer or that seller is going to be taking a bonus and a profit. My last point. Yeah, anyways, I'm going to skip this last point. I'm happy to have this conversation further. I think this is an emergency and a crisis. And, to Councilmember McCarthy's comment about how many crises do we have or need, unfortunately, we have as many as we have. And it is what it is. And until we address it and face it and acknowledge it, how are we going to overcome the crises that exist? I'm not saying everything needs to be declared a crisis, but I believe housing definitely is up there. Thank you.
So what we're going to do is we're going to stop and take a break because it's a break that's needed. We're going to come back at 10 minutes after 7. I'm going to take Mr. Aslan because he has a reply to the Vice Mayor. Then I have quite a bit to say on this issue. Then we're going to turn around and we're going to finalize it and figure out what our direction is so we can move on to the next topic. So I'll see you guys back at 7:10. It's 10 minutes after. Let's go ahead and continue this conversation. I believe we were going to start with Mr. Aslan was going to respond back to the Vice Mayor. Mr. Aslan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be brief. I have more to say, but it might be a bit repetitive. What I wanted to do is reply specifically to something the Vice Mayor said, which gave me the impression that he completely misunderstood my point. And that was talking about Phoenicians who are able to come up here and avoid the heat. The point of my comment was that as we build more houses, that's what we're allowing to happen. We're not addressing the concern of Flagstaff residents finding homes. And until we can drill down to how do we create the housing stock necessary to provide opportunities for folks such as himself and others in town who cannot afford a place to live, to find a roof over their head, all we're doing is providing the luxury for Phoenicians to move up here. My concern is precisely for folks who already live in Flagstaff and who have children here, and families who want to be able to stay here. You know, it's really interesting. I think one of the things that we forget about in the climate conversations is that if we don't fix our broken climate and we allow things to continue on the trajectory that they are, Phoenix will become intolerable to live in if it's not already. And the people who are going to be stuck staying in Phoenix are the ones at the bottom of the ladder, right? And these are folks who already have broken air conditioners they can't afford to fix in their car, and who don't have the luxury lines of transportation available to them to get around. So the climate crisis is very much a matter of social justice, and it's a matter of our global community as well as our local community. And I don't think we have a choice. I think it's impending. It's very, very, very dangerous, and it's something we can't avoid dealing with. Now, I don't think you can say the same exactly with the housing conversation, because the housing conversation is about choices and values and what we're doing for a smaller community of people that we want to protect here in Flagstaff. And the scope is much more focused on simply and only the local. So I'll leave my comments there. Thank you.
So thank you for that, Mr. Aslan. So Council, I'm going to go ahead and take the opportunity to weigh in on the conversation. I have definitely listened to it with great interest. First, though, I have a question for legal. Council, many of you, I think all of you, as well as most of the public, knows that I grew up in public housing here in Flagstaff. And since coming on council in 2008, I have been an advocate for affordable housing. I have been passionate in my belief that the people whose ancestors were here first should have the ability to live here if they so choose to do so. There was an email sent to council today that seemed to indicate that I have a conflict of interest in this matter because of that. Legal, can you please weigh in on that?
Absolutely, Mayor. Mayor and Council, the conflict of interest laws in the state are about whether or not a council member, an elected official, stands to gain financially. Whether you lived in affordable housing or not, Mayor, that really doesn't have to do with a current decision impacting whether you would gain or lose in a beneficial way financially, or an immediate family member of yours. As a result, and that's just a statement of the law. There's no real analysis going in there. I just want to point that out for the council. So
what about my advocacy? What about my advocacy for the last affordable housing bond that the majority of council had forwarded to the voters to discuss? My continued advocacy about affordable housing and the fact that I think people should have the ability to live here if they so choose to. Does that create a conflict of interest for me?
Again, advocacy for a specific issue, your stated position on a specific issue does not a financial interest create for you or any other council member. Council members can always state their position on something, but unless there's an actual, what we call a substantial conflict that is going to result in a pecuniary or financial gain or beneficial loss to you or an immediate family member, and you're involved in that decision, that's what a conflict is. Your advocacy, your stated position on the side of one issue or another doesn't have anything to do with a conflict.
Okay. Thank you so much, City Attorney, for clearing that up for us.
You bet.
Then I have a question for Ms. Dar. Ms. Dar, I believe that you replied to an email today regarding any plans that the City of Flagstaff has or has had regarding affordable housing. Is that correct?
Mute buttons are magical. Mayor, I am not the one who replied. I believe Jessica Drum replied.
Okay.
But I did provide a list of our planning documents, yes.
Okay. So in understanding that, would I be correct in saying, because I did see the information that you compiled for that request, it seems to have indicated that since 2011, there have been approximately 11 such plans that speak to affordable housing and the need for it and a plan of how to get it. Is that correct?
Let me count. Without counting, I can tell you, yes, there are a number of plans we do on a 5-year as well as an annual basis for a number of our programs. If you counted 11, I'm good with that, short of stopping and counting.
Because it would seem to suggest it with that email that I believe that everyone in council received, that council needs to stop and actually do some type of planning or some type of community conversation about the need for affordable housing, that this particular emergency, and we'll get to that in a minute, declaration was not well thought out. I just want to make sure that we verbalize for the public. There's been 11 such plans since 2011 that speak directly to the issue of affordable housing and what we need to do to secure it. Ms. Dar, I have another question for you. You also mentioned during your report to council this evening that we have approximately 2,870 families on the city's affordable housing waiting list programs, approximately. What is the longest time that a family has waited on one of those lists?
Oh, goodness. Years and years. We have very few 1-bedroom units, and I do know of a gentleman who has been on the 1-bedroom list for, if not 10 years, right at 10 years.
Okay, 10 years, right at 10 years. So I guess I go back to something that Ms. Salas said, because I do think she's right. You know, I have information that shows that this issue has been going on in the city since 1922. And, you know, she mentioned that perhaps because it's been going on so long with lack of council will, political will, and quite frankly, community will to move forward on the issue, it's become the norm. And so as a community, we have simply become apathetic, I believe that's the right word, to the issue, right? And perhaps that is why we're having the discussion as to whether or not this is an emergency or not. It's an emergency for the approximately 40% of the individuals who are living here in this city that are cost burdened, but it's not necessarily an emergency for the people who are not suffering from that affliction. You know, when we sit here and we think about that, perhaps that is why we are having this conversation about whether or not it's an emergency. So I wanted to make some more general comments. So most of you know that I'm currently finishing my PhD in sustainability. In fact, I'm currently writing my thesis, and I'm scheduled to defend my thesis March 2021. I emphasize that my PhD is in sustainability because much of the conversation tonight has focused on sustainability. I wanted to mention that the term sustainability is broadly used to indicate programs, initiatives, and actions that are aimed at the preservation of a particular resource. However, as someone who's getting a PhD in sustainability, I want to make sure that we understand that sustainability refers to 4 distinctive areas. Okay, the first being the environment or environmental, there is economic, there is social, and then there is human. Those 4 things are known as the 4 pillars of sustainability. I believe here in Flagstaff, we have done an amazing job in indicating our support for the preservation of our environment. We have passionately sought after and secured open space. We preserve dark skies. We have invested time and money in the creation of an award-winning climate action adaptation plan and its implementation. And we have won awards for water conservation. Yet almost 50% of the humans, the human part of the 4 pillar of sustainability, have indicated that they're going to leave our community because of the lack of housing. 40% have said that they are housing cost burden. Again, there is 2,870 people on the city's housing list, and at least one of those individuals has been there for about 10 years. Almost 800 people are on the front door waiting list. According to the Energy Efficiency for All Coalition, this is a national coalition, having a safe, healthy, and affordable housing options is integral to ensuring low-income families have access to sustainable livelihoods, quality education, and healthcare. We are now beginning to realize the critical role of affordable housing in reducing the negative impacts of climate change while providing for stable, resilient homes for families and neighborhoods. I agree with Mr. Aslan. We have not yet had a true, honest conversation about what the issue is with affordable housing. But I do think Mr. Aslan has opened the door to that conversation. I think he was crystal clear. It comes down to really 2 things. It comes down to a matter of values. There are individual values, and I think that was hinted at. Who should live here? Who needs to have the right to live here? Why is it people can't afford to live here? It was suggested when we had the conversation about the Schultz Pass property that if people couldn't afford to live here, maybe they needed to move, right? So we've had those kind of conversations. We've also had the conversation about, what does affordable housing look like and who is in affordable housing? The Live Black experience also kind of touched on this. It's interesting how we talk about social justice and we talk about our unsheltered relatives. But when we talk about affordable housing, we forget that there are people who were in this community long before most of us got here that are still suffering from the fact they don't have affordable housing. I think it does come down to values. I think it comes down to choices, and it comes down to whether or not this council and this community values the people. We talk about sustainability and we talk about the environment. One thing we don't do is we don't talk about the 4 pillars of sustainability. We just heard from Mr. Aslan that it's going to cost a lot for us to get to carbon neutral. It's going to be expensive. I thought that was interesting because 40% of the people who live here can't afford to live here right now and are planning, 50% of the people that live here are planning to move. So I also wanted to bring up, one of the things that I've had the opportunity to talk about is, climate migration and climate refugees. And, I point out that you have people that are now coming up to Flagstaff from Phoenix because it's so hot. And you have people that live there in Phoenix that don't have that opportunity. We also have that issue here in the city of Flagstaff. People who are housing burdened, cost burdened, can't afford to live here. And now because it's hotter here in the summertime, they're having to spend more money on electricity for fans. And in the wintertime, they're having to spend more money for heating. I think that if we were really serious about addressing climate, if we were truly passionate about sustainability in this community, then we wouldn't just focus on one pillar of it, especially because all scientists and people who have PhDs understand that there's 4 pillars when it comes to sustainability. And they also understand that humans are part of that pillar. So I would like to say, 1, I'd like for this to come back to council. 2, I'd like for it to come back with what Mr. McCarthy has included, because I think that's critical. And 3, I would like for it to come back to council next week as it was slated. And I do believe it needs to continue to come back to council. And I'm looking forward. There was an individual who spoke during public comment that talked about the need to diversify the voices in this conversation, to diversify the individuals who do not have a place to live and need a place to live. And in closing, I just want to say, in looking at all the bubbles on this screen, you know, Mr. Overton is not with us tonight. But the last time I talked about this, I pointed out that none of the bubbles, none of the people that are on this screen are actually from here. And this was something that came up in the email that we all got today. You know, I was pretty clear that, you know, when we talk about growth and we point fingers at where the growth has come from, one thing we don't talk about is those of us who have now moved here. Those of us who have now moved here who were not here in the 90s, in the 80s, in the 70s, in the 60s, right? But now all of a sudden we're talking about no more growth. And really, if you stop and think about it, if everyone who is not from Flagstaff were to perhaps go back to where it is they originated from, I think we'd be having a very different conversation about the cost of housing here. But I also want to be clear and say that I don't think that would be fair. You know, I think that when we talk about places to live and the fact that Flagstaff, Arizona is one of the top 100 places in the nation to raise a child, if you want to come here and you are contributing to our society and you are part of our fabric of our community, if you are serving on the nonprofits that we have here, serving coffee to the people who like to drink coffee, you know, working in different roles in our community, then you should have a shot at living here. And again, that goes back to, what does this community value? What are our core values really in this community? And I really think that's the question that we all need to stop and ask ourselves. Because if we value sustainability in the sense that we all throw around the word, then we would value all 4 pillars of sustainability. So with that, I'm going to ask council to go back and weigh in very quickly on 2 things, whether or not you want this to come back. Actually, 3 things. If you want this to come back, if you want to come back next Tuesday, and what you feel about Mr. McCarthy's proposal. I'm going to start with the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, next Tuesday. And thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. Yes to his comments. And, you know, him and Councilmember Aslan work together. I'm curious to see what they can come up with as well. But I think Councilmember McCarthy is on the right track. Thank you.
Mr. Aslan.
Madam Mayor, I think I'm going to vote no on this, but I want everybody to know, and I want to reiterate again, I look at the language of this resolution, and I don't disagree with any particular element of this. I'm not frustrated that it's probably going to pass. I look forward to being an ally and an asset in implementing as much of this as we can. My protest is very simply about the overuse of the novelty of the emergency and crisis declaration. I think we dilute the effectiveness and the messaging on what that means by labeling too many things an emergency and a crisis. That being said, I do understand the urgency that our unhoused population feels, and my values do uphold that we need to do all we can for the locals living here in Flagstaff to address these issues. I am not an enemy to any of the concepts or ideas being floated as we go forward on this. My protest is simply one, mostly procedural and semantic. And at the same time, I don't think we should add Councilmember McCarthy's wording to this. I think it's too prescriptive, too early. And I think we need to have more conversations around this before we get to that level of specificity. Thank you.
I'm going to go to Mr. McCarthy.
Well, thank you, Mayor. Just a quick response to Mr. Aslan. you say that my wording is too prescriptive. I think it's actually very general. It says encourage more housing construction by the private sector. That's pretty general. It's not saying how it will be done. And the previous sentence is very prescriptive. It basically limits it to city resources. And to me, that would be overly prescriptive. So in summary, I obviously support my words. I am open-minded about some editing to them, and Austin, you and I can talk about that. I will support bringing this back next week with the words that I've added or something very similar.
Ms. Odegaard?
Yes, on everything, and I would like for Councilmember Aslan at least think about working with Councilmember McCarthy concerning verbiage in the resolution, and looking forward to also executive session next week about the emergency clause. And that's it. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, can I clarify something?
Yes, Mr. Aslan.
Well, I do think this should come back before us next week, and I'm looking forward to that conversation. I would be happy to work with Jim on the language and see if there's some consensus that we can come to. The one thing that I need to everybody to know is that I do not see this as the same kind of emergency as the declaration that we declared for climate earlier this summer, and that is where my protest is, and that wording is not in the document right now. So that my concern is in anticipation that there's going to be a battle to include those words. And I guess that is a debate for next week. But I hope that clarifies my stance on all these things, because as I've said, I do not inherently disagree with any of the conclusions or the noted necessities that are included in the resolution as it's stated right now.
Thank you. I'm going to go with Ms. Salas.
Yes, on all three.
Ms. Whelan. Thank you, Ms. Whelan.
Yes, on all three.
Thank you. City Manager, do you feel like you have direction?
I believe we do. Thank you for a very thoughtful discussion. Coming back your way next week, and we'll pick up the discussion then, and I believe we'll do so with the benefit of advisements from our legal counsel in executive session.
Thank you.
We'll be prepared. Thanks.
Okay, Council, we are now down to item number 10. This is a reentry plan update and possible direction from Council. City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Council. We are deviating a bit from our protocol on the COVID discussion. We have not been having these discussions during work sessions, and rather keeping them confined to the regular meetings. We're making an exception this time, obviously because of the nature of the trends that we're seeing. And so in just a second, Shannon Anderson, who's been heading up our reentry team and doing a stellar job at that throughout this pandemic, will give you the latest in terms of update. We have also framed for the council some suggestions that directions we would like to take at the staff level, subject to council direction. Again, it's a work session. This is not an action item, but no differently than in the past discussions, we have sought council direction along the way. So with that, Ms. Anderson, are you ready to speak to this?
Yes, City Manager Clifton.
Thank you.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, and thank you.
Great. Good evening, Mayor and Council. We have some reentry plan updates for you. We'll start with the data that we look at during our normal update, including what they're seeing on the Navajo Nation and the Hopi tribe. We'll be talking a bit with Heidi Hansen and her team about encouraging safety protocols. Then we'll have a reentry plan recommendation for your consideration. And we'll end today's presentation with an Indigenous Nations update from Rose Tohi. So looking at the data, this is the weekly COVID cases, gives you the number of cases. The blue line is what we're experiencing here in Flagstaff. You will see since the week of October 3rd, there's been an upward trajectory for the number of new cases of 4 or more weeks, even though there was a 1-week grace period this week of October 31st, as well as this most recent week on November 14th. Are you able to see the slides?
I am, but I'm not sure that everyone else can. Mr. Clifton, can you see it?
I am not able to, but it might be a problem on my end, so I do not want to stop the flow of the discussion. If others are able to see the data, I'll figure it out.
It seems
McCarthy can see them.
I can see them.
We're good. It's your issue, Greg.
I cannot see them. This is Sterling. I can't see them.
Oh, well, that's a problem. Our city attorney can't see them.
Should I stop presenting and try to load the presentation again?
I think so. I would feel more comfortable if at least our city attorney can see them. No slide to you.
Well,
no slide to you, city manager.
No, I heard the sarcasm, Mayor. It's okay on whether our city attorney can see them. I'm just kidding. I just worry that some of the public might not be able to. Is it in our streaming content?
We can see it on the public side, I'm being told.
I'm wondering if I've reloaded it. I'm not sure if you can see it now, but I'm wondering if the city attorney or the city manager would want to pull up the presentation that's attached to the agenda and then maybe follow along on your computer.
Yes, please proceed. I do not want to speak for Sterling, but Sterling, if that's okay with you, it's okay with me and perhaps anybody else who's not able to see the content.
Yeah.
It's
Actually,
streaming
I can see them now. City manager, I'm good.
Well, I guess I'm on an island. I will look for this separately. Thank you.
Please continue, Ms. Anderson.
Okay. So again, the last grace period was here, the most recent week, November 14th. So when we look at the number of daily cases, you'll see that there's 129 on this chart since November 14th. I did look at the Coconino County Health and Human Services site again today, and now they are showing 262 cases since Friday, this past Friday. As I shared during our weekly update, the number of hospital admissions as well as the number of COVID-related deaths have been updated updated this last week to reflect what's really occurred over the last 4 to 6 weeks. And now that they have done that, you can see that there is an upward trend for hospitalization admissions since the week of October 10th. When we are looking at the number of COVID-related deaths, we see again another upward trend with the newest data, beginning with this week of October 17th. And this data does include the 6 COVID-related deaths that I shared with you last week. The overall community transmission rate is remaining at that moderate level. You'll see that the number of cases benchmark as well as the percent positivity are in the substantial category. And the COVID-like illnesses has moved from the minimal category to the moderate category. Our Arizona Department of Health Services is 2 weeks behind what we're looking at here in Coconino County, but they are still showing a business reopening status of moderate. When we look at our Northern Arizona Healthcare Hospital census, the number of positive COVID patients has remained 27 for the most recent week, and the number of pending dropped from 27 to 17. I did take a look at their website again today, and the census shows 25 positive and 29 pending. going to turn it over to Rose so she can talk about the data for the Navajo Nation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Rose Tohi, Coordinator for Indigenous Initiatives. As you see, these are the totals that have been given from November 12th through November 19th, and those are 7 days. I'm just going to go ahead and point out the positive cases. In that 7 days, there's an increase by 1,114 in that 7 days, and the death rate during the same time is 22. And then I just looked up the updates for today that were posted, and just the positive cases in 5 days is 1,289, and then an additional death rate of 20 people. So just wanted to highlight that and seeing that there is very much a concern. The Hopi tribe is in 7 days. The positive cases in the 7 days is 16, and as of Friday, they only have updates up to last Friday. That is increases of 19 people in positive cases. So that's what I have on the most recent data. Okay, Shannon.
Thank you, Rose. So we wanted to talk to you about the ways in which the city hasn't been encouraging safety protocols. So I'll turn it over to Heidi Hansen.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. Heidi Hansen, Economic Vitality Director. Actually, we've been doing quite a few different campaigns. I know that you're familiar with our badge, which is Stay, Play, Distance, and Mask Responsibly. We've not only been sending that out to our visitors, but we have been doing that locally. And then about 4 weeks back, you had asked for us to do more masking messaging. And so we came up with Small Act, Big Deal. And we also included the 6 feet to give people better understanding of that's another act that's really easy to do, but makes a big deal. And then what we did is we involved several different community members. We got together with our NAU, with the athletics group, with some of our high schools to be part of the modeling for these messages. And then we basically wanted to help share that it's important to put the mask on properly, as well as just to put the mask on. If you could go to the next slide, please. Oh, looks like I can. Shannon?
Yes.
Can you forward the slide? It's not letting me.
It's on digital billboards now. Can you see that okay?
I cannot see any of it, so I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on, but I have my notes. So I just wanted to share here. You see some digital billboards that we did do in the Phoenix market. No worry, Council. These are not static billboards. They are not going to stay up forever. They are basically up for 4 weeks, and they're on 14 different areas in our largest target audience, which is basically our drive market that we know are coming up to visit with us. And so we're sharing with them that if they're going to stay and play with us, we want them to be responsible. And we also want them to know from right out of the gate that they need to mask and they need to social distance. Next slide, Shannon.
Yes.
And then here, we've added more partners. So we wanted to thank you, Rose, for offering up some models to help us. And so Rose and Ralph Schmidt, our Discover Flagstaff creative manager, got together with Tom Alexander, our photographer, and they were able to get more of our partners together to share the difference in our culture and to share that this is a pandemic for all people, not just certain people. So we wanted to make sure that we were spreading that around. And then the last slide, we wanted to share with the public the banners in our community locally. So you'll see in certain spots where we normally would have permission to put up event banners, but since events aren't really happening, we are putting these up throughout the community and working with our community development team who handles these banner spots to get the messaging out. And we'll be adding more of these throughout the community as time permits and as room permits, so that we can share that this small act is a big deal. And I think, Shannon, that is the end of my slides. If there's any questions, I can take those now or at the end of the meeting. Thank you, Council.
I believe that Mr. Aslan has a question.
Yes, Heidi, thank you. This might seem a bit sideways, but it's something I'm curious about nonetheless. Where do you get banners like the one we're looking at right now printed? Do you go to a business in town, or do you have a printer in office that you guys use?
No, we definitely use a printer in town, and I don't remember the printer off the top of my head. Ralph Schmidt would have to get that for me, but we use a local printer.
That's fine. You don't need to track that more specific info down. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. I don't see any more questions for you, Heidi.
Thank you.
Thank you, Heidi. So we do have one reentry plan recommendation for Council's consideration. But the one thing we wanted to visit before we get to that is the city monitoring criteria that's in the reentry plan. When we were looking at reasons why
Shannon?
Yeah, are we okay?
Uh-huh.
Okay, I wasn't sure if somebody was trying to get my attention. Thank you, Mayor. We were looking at the following things to determine if we were going to move from phase 2 to phase 3. And so we could look at these similar things in determining, do we want to reverse that? So again, at that point in time, we were looking at a downward trajectory for 4 or more weeks. We were looking at the community or visitors or businesses' ability to demonstrate following CDC guidelines, that our healthcare facility had the capacity to care for those who became seriously ill, and again, the ability to provide testing, monitoring, and contact tracing. So when we think about what we're seeing in the data today with the most recent updated information, we are recommending that Council consider a return to phase 2, given the upward trend of the number of COVID cases, hospitalizations, as well as COVID-related deaths. This would mean the closure of City Hall. It does mean that the downtown and East Flagstaff community libraries would cease having computer time in the library, but would go back to curbside, electronic, and telephonic assistance, and then the closure of J Lively. All employees that can will return to remote work status. We do realize that essential services will remain in person and on site. Special events would return to the limit of 10 participants instead of 50. Travel for employees would be suspended. It no longer would have the exception of critical infrastructure traveling. Parks, outdoor amenities will remain open. That means the fields, it means the sport court amenities, the restrooms. The only piece that would close is the ramadas. And then the visitor center will continue to provide service, but it would be limited to the number of people that would go into the visitor center. And it would again allow continued restroom use. So we wanted to pause here for a moment and allow Council to ask questions or to have discussion.
So I believe that we have a public comment. I'd like to take that. Then I believe that the Vice Mayor has some questions for Ms. Tohi.
Mayor, we do have a section at the end of the presentation about our Navajo Nation and Hopi tribe. Do we want to go to that first before we have discussion? We certainly can do that.
Yes, I think that we need to finish the presentation. Then we'll go to public comment.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
I will forward to that Indigenous Nations update and turn it over to Rose. Thank you.
Good evening again. So under Navajo Nation, the stay-at-home shelter-in-place ordinance, the Navajo Nation's 3-week stay-at-home lockdown is in effect for 24 hours a day, which hasn't changed from last week because that was the week that they started. And it's enforced 7 days a week with the exception of the essential workers or cases of emergencies, and to also have people purchase essential items. And then also the essential businesses are open 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. daily. So this is due to the Navajo Health Command Operations Center issuing information on uncontrolled spread of COVID-19 for several, I think it was up to 54 or something like that for Navajo Nation communities. That's probably higher now, given what I'll be finding maybe tomorrow. The advisory will be in effect until the risk and the cases are have declined. As far as the CARES distribution funding distribution, the Office of the Controller, the hardship assistance is still ongoing, and that is available through both the Navajo Nation website and the Office of the Controller's website. And this program, again, is not first come, first serve, and that application will be, the application deadline is on November 30th. So although there were some glitches with the launch of the portals, people are asked to get in touch with these two offices to see what they can do about some of the login and applying issues. And then as of November 16th, the hardship assistance has increased from 49 million to 90 million. And like I had expressed last week, the most likely this money will be flowing to some of the border towns, including Flagstaff. And then also at today's Navajo Nation Town Hall, it was reported that IHS and 638 hospitals have reached 80%, and in some cases 80+% full capacity on ICU beds. And that's just within 3 days that it's reached that. Under Hopi Tribe, again, the executive stay-at-home order is an effort to stop the spread of COVID-19 throughout Hopi land. There are restrictions and limitations for businesses, but a lot of it is having people and individuals to have personal responsibility in these areas to restrict their movement and only for essential needs. I did call the Health Operations Office today regarding hospital capacity and what percentage it might be at. The person I spoke to stated they had to get approval on information that goes out, so she was going to call me back with that information once she gets approval. And that's all I have right now. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go to our speaker, then I'll come back to the Vice Mayor. Public comment, please.
Steve, you can go ahead and give your comment to Mayor and Council now.
Okay, so I'm online. Okay.
Yep, you're good to go.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, and City staff. This is Steve Finch. I'm with Northern Arizona Lodging, Tourism, and Restaurant Association. Just to be clear, Florida, we've actually changed our name to be more reflective of what we do and who we serve for clients. So now we are NULTRA. In regards to the pandemic that's been going on, we're seeing the increase in numbers and everything else, and it has us concerned also. As for businesses, we just want to be sure that we do follow the CDC guidelines, and we consider them very important and very accurate for what we need to do. You know, if we had the simplicity of just doing what it was medically correct, it would be easy to do a lockdown, you know, and then that would be resolved. But as a council, you have the issue, the concern of running a balance for the economy and everything else to keep things running. So we do consider masks are very important. Everybody needs to be wearing one, especially when they're in the presence of other people. And they need to do this until, the vaccine has been distributed to everybody, so they've had a chance to get that to be immune to it. We support the enforcement, as I mentioned, of wearing the mask in all gatherings. And that's regardless of the group size. Our opinion is, the increase of positive results is not from individuals getting the virus from inside of a business, because if we go into businesses and look at this, the patrons going in there, almost every one of them are wearing a mask. But what you do see is when they come outside of those operations, those businesses, go onto the sidewalk or whatever, they take the mask off and they're still then socially in a group talking with others, which then makes that, the spread of the virus happen. It's not, people got to realize it's just not inside of a business that you can pick up the virus, and now it's happening. So we're fully in support, of having these masks required at all times whenever you're in the company of somebody else. But we are asking that we don't put any more restrictions or limitations on businesses. As we see, businesses are closing. We've had them in the past, and they're continuing to close now. And this, to put any more restriction on the businesses, is simply going to make it harder for them to survive. And these times are already hard enough for these businesses. So again, I'm just saying, for Ultra, we're in support of enforcing the mask wearing. Thank you.
Council, are there any questions for the speaker? Miss Anderson, can you go back to the slide where we were talking about what we're deciding here as for council tonight?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay, because I don't believe there was anything on this slide that had to do with businesses, and I just want to make sure that we clarify that, because I'm not sure that the speaker understood that.
Yes, Madam Mayor, we are preempted by the state when it comes to businesses. They are governed by the ADHS Business Operations Dashboard, which is actually in our slide deck, because for us it applies to our ability to open our fitness center. So I'll go back to that really quick. It's this particular dashboard that governs how many participants a business may have in their establishment based on the type of business that they are, and then where their particular county is as far as status, which we're at moderate.
Okay, so if you could just put it back on the slide of what we are actually discussing tonight. I'm not sure if the speaker is still on the line, but to be very clear, we have been preempted from doing anything above and beyond what is currently in the governor's executive order regarding businesses. So what we are doing here today is we are talking about city facilities and what we would like to do with city-owned property. So thank you for that clarification. Okay, we'll go back to council. I believe that the Vice Mayor had a question or comments.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just wrap it all into one with my direction. I have a few points I'd like to share. I'd like to start off by, expressing my condolences to all the lives lost to this terrible virus that we're fighting. And just, I know it's a late night, but just I'd love for everyone to join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. It's just we're heading in the wrong direction, and we're not even, yet into this holiday. It's just, as some of us have said, the writing's on the wall that we're heading in this direction, and it's going to get worse before it gets better. It's unfortunate, the governor gave a press release the other day, and he talked about two different mentalities in our state, and that there's a population that's following the guidelines and listening to the guidelines and the requests of the CDC, and there's a population who just simply doesn't believe in it. But yet the governor doesn't believe that he needs to implement any further mask mandates because of cities around the state doing the job themselves. And it's just problematic because when he does that, he kicks the can to us, and then we face it. But yet the same thing occurs where there's this divide, and there's those who do and those that don't. And we hear from the public to further regulate, crack down, discipline, and I just don't think that's a solution. Nor can we any further than we already are. I wanted to say that with the upcoming holidays, anything we can do to message and promote best, practices going into this holiday season, I think will be beneficial to all of us. I think that, for folks who are struggling in our community and seeing mask requirements not being implemented, contact us, email council. We've in the past sent out leadership at our police department to speak to businesses, and that's been pretty effective and successful to seeing better compliance. And lastly, going to what we're working on and looking at directly tonight, I feel comfortable with us going into phase 2. I don't see anything about the J. Lively ice rink on here, and I was just wondering if Rebecca or someone could speak to what's happening at the ice rink. How are our employees feeling about the operations? Is it safe? I think the protocol is very good, and I like to think that it is safe as best as we can. And I like to see us keep that operation open, since it's the most closest to an outdoor field as it can get. Mr. Clifton, I see that our city manager would like to jump in. Mr. Clifton, go ahead, please. Those are my comments. If anyone, would like to comment on that, whether it's Rebecca or city manager.
Well, I'll jump in. Thank you. I was just trying to rearrange my screen here. I think John Wilson might be with us. And if he is, I might invite him in just a second, if I may, Madam Mayor, to provide specific data with respect to J. Lively. Because it's Thanksgiving holiday, we have a number of people out. So Rebecca's not here. But there were communications early. There have been a lot of communications on this topic over the last 2 days, and John can inform you as to what has occurred at J. Lively since opening it. I want to preface the discussion by noting we have a little bit of benefit of hindsight here now. We have not enjoyed that much throughout the pandemic. We have been forging upon new ground throughout this crisis, but because we are now talking about slipping back into the reentry plan to an earlier phase, we do have the benefit of some hindsight. And I would suggest, after conferring with a lot of staff, that the things we have done to date under the leadership of this council have been quite effective with respect to the city facilities. Notably, our operations have continued to function even with our doors closed, without much interruption. And even when we saw some limited openings of our facilities under phase 3, visitor traffic was minimal in City Hall, has been minimal. So the people are being safe is the takeaway, and social distancing, wearing masks, and taking all the necessary precautions. I believe a similar comment could be made with respect to the libraries, which have been continuing to operate with curbside services, and then by reservation only, computer services. So these protocols have been very effective. So the takeaway in this is that the things we have done thus far have been successful in terms of meeting the challenges. Now, to J. Lively, I would like to invite John to speak to specifically how that has worked, because it is a bit of an in-between facility. It is an ice rink. Arguably, it's as much outdoors as it is indoors with the HVAC system with the open air, and they have been operating with very limited capacity and very tight restrictions. So John, hopefully I've given you some time if you're available, and if this is okay, Madam Mayor. I'm not trying to commandeer the discussion here, but if John can speak to the J. Lively operation, that would be great.
That'd be fine.
Yes, thank you, City Manager Clifton. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Yeah, this is John Wilson, Recreation Manager. Yeah, the J. Lively Center, everything has been going very well. Everything is going great with the protocols we have in place. Staff feels very comfortable. They have very little interaction or even come close to any of the people that are using the facility. Mainly when they enter, they are getting their temperatures checked with a contactless thermometer. That's really about the closest they come. They're still staying within 6 feet. The rest of the time, staff is well away and social distancing from the players while they're either getting dressed on the bleachers or while they're on the ice. So they feel very comfortable. As City Manager mentioned, we are limiting the number of people we have in the facility to only 20 at a time. And so that has helped greatly. No spectators, it's just the coaches and the participants who are skating. Also, the protocols that the user groups have in place have worked really great. I think the second week we were open, there was an incident where we had a couple family members of one of the players. The family members never had come into J. Lively, but because of the closeness and the family members of the players, we were notified by the organization of this, and the teams at that age group were all self-quarantined for 14 days, and it was reported there was no other cases or any spreads. I also checked today with the county on how they do their contact tracing for any facility or event, and they said yes, if there is any spreader event or where they can see something that's happening at one spot, that we would be contacted. And since we haven't, there has been no incidents of any spreader events. Also, just by through the emails that we've all received and talking to some of the participants up at J. Lively, we have the strictest or the best restrictions in the state. When our teams, they are traveling outside our city to play games down in the Valley or even in other states, they say that J. Lively by far has the best and safest protocols they've seen anywhere. So overall, everything's going great. And like I said, staff feels very comfortable.
Thank you, John. And Mayor, just in closing, I do want to just express gratitude to all the city staff working at our libraries on the east side and downtown, at City Hall, at J. Lively, and at our visitor center for their services and for getting up and working face-to-face with the public and each other at times during this pandemic. I just really appreciate their service to our community and helping us do the job that we are here to do. I also wanted to mention that the county has a compliance line on their website. I forgot to mention that. And lastly, you know, in closing, the libraries, if we do go ahead with this council, City Manager, I just want to make sure that we, you know, do our best to supply hand sanitizer, you know, stations at these locations. And I'm wondering if we can even work with Eagle Rusi. I apologize for probably not pronouncing that correctly, from the Realty Executives of Flagstaff, who received the grant of $2,500 to help us with hand sanitizer stations. And so I'm wondering if we can work in partnership with them to get these stations in some of the higher utilized areas. And those are my comments and thoughts. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, everybody. Thank you, John.
So just to clarify, Vice Mayor, because I'm trying to make sure we can expedite the conversation, you are fine with returning to phase 2 You'd like to see J Lively, however, remain open, and you'd like to see hand wash stations in areas of high use. Is that correct?
That is correct. And just further communication regarding the upcoming holiday and any additional advocacy we can do to the governor. You know, Mayor, I just want to express gratitude to you and the other mayors who have continuously advocated on our behalf, but anything the city can do, thank you.
Okay. I'm going to go to, I believe it is Ms. Salas, followed by Mr. Aslan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Wilson has partially replied to my question earlier. So my question to Ms. Anderson, have we heard the latest from the county when it comes to their similar reentry plan and how they handle events and parks amenities, as well as county owned and operated buildings and amenities?
Yes, Ms. Salas, we did hear that the county discussed their reentry plan on Friday when they were discussing the canvassing of the election. They chose to close their their county facilities and return to phase 1. The press release that I did see did not comment on parks or special events, so I would have to look that information up and get back to Mayor and Council.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Anderson. Yeah, I'm curious to find out how they're handling events, so that way, you know, I could have a more informed decision with the reentry plan recommendation.
Okay, so you don't have a weigh-in at this time, Ms. Salas?
Well, at the moment, not having the information from the county, I would, yeah, I'm on the fence on this, Madam Mayor. Yeah.
Okay, let's go ahead and move on then to Mr. Aslan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A lot of my questions have been answered already. I will say that, you know, this week I had my regularly scheduled infrequent one-on-one with the city manager. We had a lot of good discussions, and talking about the increased COVID cases was one of them. Some of the things I shared with him in terms of my own operating principles around making a decision on going up and down this reentry ladder. I think it's very contextual. I understand how grave things are getting around the country, and I think that that's very problematic, and there's no way it's not going to touch our own shores and affect our community. But I do think that Flagstaff has been doing a good job, and I don't just mean the city, I mean residents in general. I do go into grocery stores, and for the most part, 99% of the time, I feel like people are wearing masks and acting in good faith to support non-spread of this. And that is something that might be particular to Flagstaff as opposed to elsewhere in the state. When we reopened J Lively, I didn't have much to say. I was rooting for J Lively to open. What I didn't want to have happen is for it to open only for a short time and then shut down again. I don't think it's appropriate for us to be yanking this resource for our youth back and forth in and out of their reach. And I remain, you know, I remain feeling that way. Whatever else we do, I do think at this point, it's not inappropriate to keep J Lively open. We've had several weeks of anecdotal data and, you know, a little bit of real data otherwise to suggest that this isn't a place where spread of the virus is occurring and that the protocols are being followed and everybody's acting pretty responsibly about it. And also, I think in general, from what we know about this virus and viral load, that we have a smaller percentage of likelihood of spread in that specific environment, which is why it's nice that we can contextually set it aside and think about it as something else. What I didn't hear from the city manager during our conversation on Thursday was any hint at an assessment that we should return to phase 2. So this kind of comes as a surprise to me. And I'm wondering, Greg, if you could answer to that a little bit, if you were just holding your cards close to your chest, or if you've gotten more information over the weekend. I did mention to you that your opinion on this matter definitely is something that I listened very closely to. And that is because you care very deeply for your employees. You know the situations they're in better than I do, being in and out of City Hall yourself and talking with your department heads. Is this your recommendation that we return to phase 2? And how serious do you think the situation is with respect to the safety and well-being of our employees?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. May I respond?
Oh, definitely.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Aslan. Yes, it's my recommendation, but along with me, our leadership and extended leadership, which is a large group, have weighed in on this. We've been chatting a lot internally on this, and it hasn't just been discussion. There's been a lot of analysis and evaluation. We've had the benefit of some numbers, recent numbers. Thank you to Rose. Thank you to Shannon. And while Shannon has articulated quite well where we are and what the trajectory looks like, I think this is in part looking at that, but more in part looking at what lies ahead. We're on the cusp of a big holiday, followed by holiday season at the end of December. A lot of people traveling. We've been seeing the employment numbers. And so while I will restate that I think we've been very careful with the city facilities, I'd like to see that continue in the interest, not just of our staff, of course, in the interest of our staffs and their safety and well-being, but also in the interest of our visitors and residents. We think it's the right thing to do. And I'm glad to hear the discussion about Jay Lively, because again, now with a little bit of benefit of some hindsight, we know that there's been success in that operation. I think I'll leave it with that and maybe note one other thing. The reason you and I did not chat about this at the phase 2 at length was that at the time I did not have the benefit of a lot of input from other staff. Now I have that benefit. Mm-hmm. I also have been informed since that discussion that the county had closed its facilities. Mm-hmm. It has not been mentioned, but hopefully it's a bit obvious. There is benefit for us as a neighboring jurisdiction to be consistent with what the county is doing, which is a similar comment to being consistent to what our neighboring municipalities are doing. There's been great collaboration throughout this pandemic to make sure that we have enjoyed some consistency. So our visitors and travelers don't face one set of restrictions in one community just to see different ones in a different community. People traveling to northern Arizona now hopefully see consistency amongst all of our communities, and that makes things a little bit easier. So I will let it go at that. And thank you for the question.
Yeah, thank you. And that provides a lot of clarity for me, obviously. And I don't want to belabor the point, but I did have one more question. One of my own personal rubrics for looking at this is definitely our hospital bed capacity. And also, in addition to that, the way that it is getting eaten up by outlying communities utilizing our resources. Can someone speak to me again briefly about the trend of our hospital bed capacity, where that's at, where it's been, if it's staying pretty steady, and also just speak specifically towards if you know how many outlying communities, and I'm talking not just our neighboring tribal nations, but like, are they running out of beds in Phoenix and sending folks up to Flagstaff because, we're able to hold that extra capacity? I'm just curious about some of those dynamics.
Madam Mayor, is it okay if I respond?
Oh, definitely.
Thank you. Councilmember Aslan, I've returned to the hospital census slide. This was as of last Friday. In looking today, the number of positive has decreased from the 27 that you see on the slide to 25, but the number of pending where you see the 17 has gone up to 29. And that often has an impact on the number of positive people that you'll see later on that week or the following week. I have not heard from the hospital if they are currently accepting patients from anywhere else in the state. I certainly can follow up on that as well and get back to you and the rest of council. Okay, so looking at this slide, this is an example of, and I don't mean to pick on you, Deputy City Manager Anderson. I'm really sorry about this, but there's a couple things on here that are hard for me to glean off of just looking at the slide. So I don't know what time period this is from or what date this is stamped. I'm trying to, so do we have a 312 bed capacity and 186 of them are in use, or is it the other way around? And I don't understand what critical care capacity stipulates specifically. So how you're reading it and interpreting it is correct. Okay. 300 beds, we've are using 186 of them currently. 55 beds to take care of those that are seriously ill. Mm-hmm. So critical care would be like ICU or more heightened level of care for people who are that are very ill. There's 41 of those beds being currently taken out of the 55 total. Okay. And what date is this from? It may say that on a previous slide, but it doesn't say it on the slide we're looking at. No, this is from Friday. So this was this last Friday, November 20th. Okay. And then the information that I read off, the 25 positive and the 29 pending is from their site today. Okay. And do we know what the capacity has changed to as of today? I can look that up really quick because I have them as, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead. No, it's fine. And while you're doing that, what I will say, I just want to remind everybody who's listening that the critical care capacity isn't just about COVID patients. We have a normal bandwidth of urgent care that needs to be dealt with anyway, in spite of COVID, on any given normal day of any given year. And when our beds are being taken up so much by COVID patients and those complications, we are complicating the care that we could have otherwise provided people who need hospital care, but are otherwise being perfectly responsible with respect to COVID-19. And that's very frustrating. And just again, real briefly, if you have any anecdotal evidence or stories or understanding of how much of our beds are being taken up by people that wouldn't normally be sent over to FMC for care, I'd love to know that information. Okay, I was able to look up the number of hospital capacity where you see the 186, the top right-hand side. That is now 215. And the critical care capacity just below that, where it's showing 41, has reduced slightly to 36. And any sense about folks, outsiders coming to FMC for their care? No, I will have to follow up on that and get back to you. Well, anyway, Mayor, I will let it go. I think my recommendation is that we follow staff recommendation and go back to phase 2, but I do think that we can, for the time being, and we will want to revisit this, leave J Lively open for now. Awesome. Okay, we are then going to go to, I believe, we had Ms. Salas. Was it Mr. McCarthy next?
Or I believe it was Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I was looking. Okay, so Mr. Odegaard, then Mr. McCarthy. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Going back to the slide that we're deciding on today, we have heard successes concerning Jay Lively. So what we've done at City Hall and the libraries and the visitor center have not been successful. We've had people with COVID working at those other facilities. That's my question.
Madam Mayor, I'm glad to jump in. Yes, thank you, Councilmember Odegaard. No, that is not. I'm sorry that I was not clear on that. I rather was just giving focus to Jay Lively, I guess, because of the uniquity of that particular facility. And I think across the board, Councilmember Odegaard, we have seen success, if we can measure success by the avoidance of a lot of sickness and exposure. We obviously have had our exposures and some positive cases within our ranks. Our first responders continue to put themselves out there at risk. That's the nature of their job. The good news there is we have very good protocol in place with respect to quarantine measures and taking the necessary safeguards. And we have implemented those along the way. And so there have been good outcomes to not so good circumstances. Within other departments, i.e., our water services, yes, we've had some exposures. We have some cases right now. And we're dealing with it in a very good way, in a very methodical way. But our first responders, they're out there in the community. Our water services facilities are not really open to the public. So we're kind of drilling down here on City Hall and the libraries. That's really what's on the table, along with the visitor center. And the visitor center, by the way, consistent in phase 2 last time, was open. We wanted to do that because of the importance that we place upon making sure people have good information about what's open and what's closed, the masking requirements, all of those things. The availability of public restrooms also are important. So I hope I'm answering your question. We've had good successes, Council Member, across the board, I think, because of the measures that we've been taking. I've just kind of singled out Jay Lively because I know it's a point of discussion and interest of Council. Thank you.
Yeah, so, I don't know what the answer is here. My own personal experience, City Hall is open, community development is open. I made 2 phone calls the last 3 days concerning community development, and I haven't got a return phone call yet. So I guess with the closure of City Hall, probably I'll never get a phone call, which is a little discouraging. In my business, we've been successful. We've been following all the mandates and doing everything we can, and just like City has done also. And in my experience from talking to community members, seems like those that, not sure why they become COVID infected. I think a lot of it has been letting your guard down when you're in a little more social setting instead of more of a business setting, more of a need to do setting, go into a store or whatever. If it's your recommendation and it can be done without too negative in services providing to our community, I'm fine with the return to phase 2. But definitely, we just heard from Jay Lively that it's been very successful. It's worked out. There hasn't been any cases. And those that are using the facility, they've been very good about being honest among the participants and to the city. So I would prefer that to stay open, and what they're doing today as far as the number of participants that are allowed to use the facility at a time, which, as I heard earlier, which was 20. And so, but that's my thoughts. So thank you, Mayor.
Mr. McCarthy?
I support going back to phase 2, and I support keeping J. Lively open with the current restrictions. Thank you.
Ms. Whelan, did you want to weigh in?
Sure, Mayor. I agree and want to support staff's recommendation. Also, I agree with my colleagues about the J. Lively staying open and keeping strict protocols. The truth is, if that doesn't stay open, people will be traveling down the hill, and I'd rather keep them safe and here in their own community. I wonder, with the libraries closing, if we've made any progress on the use of Wi-Fi outside of all city public buildings, and if we are shutting doors on students and individuals who are using those Wi-Fi services to look for jobs and things like that. So I would like to hear from frontline library staff. Also, I look at the special events and wonder if we could not keep the same protocols in, but perhaps keep that to 20 participants as we have at J. Lively. So just some thoughts, but all in all, absolutely do what staff has recommended to keep them safe and our community safe. Thank you.
I'm going to go to Mr. Tolman to speak about Wi-Fi.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. This is Jared Tolman, your library director. We do technically have Wi-Fi service that is reaching outside of the building, that many people come, and as far as making that signal stronger and reach farther, we still are in the process. We've gotten all of the new technology that we need to do that. But with that new technology, there came a new learning curve of trying to calculate the technology to be able to do it. And so our staff have been trying to overcome that hurdle and learning the coding to code and make it work with our current system so that we can set it up and put it in place. And so that's really the only issue that we're having with getting it extended. As I mentioned before, you can technically come up to the building and still connect to it. But as far as it being stronger and reaching farther, we're still working on that hurdle, and hopefully we'll be able to overcome it soon. But we are still providing that Wi-Fi service around the building.
Thank you, Jared. And that's very good news. I would hope that all our buildings would be looking at the same type of extending the Wi-Fi out for public use. So thank you very much.
I'm going to go to Ms. Salas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'd like to thank you, staff, for all the clarity that you have provided so far. I had the same concern with respect to special events and library users, specifically for the use of computers, for our Flagstaff workforce looking for jobs and applying for jobs using the library resources. I do want to take a moment to recognize the the successes thus far with respect to the community, really taking seriously masking up, maintaining the physical distance, as well as our staff and our frontliners. Yeah, I can support return to phase 2 with three caveats. Keep the J Lively ice skating arena open for our youth hockey teams, and with their stringent protocols, perhaps those protocols can be emulated by other special event applicants, which leads me to the second caveat, that keep us posted on the special event permits. I would support limiting the participants to 25 instead of 10, following a stringent protocol. And of course, I'd like to hear more from the county with respect to how they are handling events. I understand that they have closed the county buildings for public use, but what about their parks and their amenities in the parks? So I guess this is an ongoing conversation, but I can support return to phase 2 with those 3 caveats that I have listed. Thank you.
I'm going to go back to our library director to speak about internet.
Again, this is Jared Tolman. I'm not sure if I understand the question. Is the question how
about library
going?
Jared,
library
it's Heidi.
use.
If you could speak about the computer usage since you opened back to the public, if you could share with the council on that.
Sure, absolutely. Thank you for clarifying. So what we have seen since we've moved into phase 2 with allowing patrons to come in to the libraries and use the public computers, we've seen a steady stream of patrons coming in. We've seen anywhere from some days only 2 people coming in to other days with having 16 people coming in. Again, the system that we have set up is that no computer is used twice before it is cleaned. Each computer is cleaned before another person is allowed to come and use it. We've seen great success from this. We haven't had too many issues. We figured that most people would be upset about needing to wear a mask inside the building, but that was not the case. What we saw most people complaining about it was not being able to use the computer they wanted to use. But I think everyone was understandable of understanding why we put the system in place to ask them to use the designated computer that they were assigned to help keep anyone from using a computer that had not yet been cleaned. So we've seen great success. I've seen a lot of people coming in and using the services and haven't had too many issues with that. Does that answer your question, Councilman? Or yeah.
I think that it does. So I want to go ahead and weigh in. I am interested in following the city manager's recommendation, understanding that J Lively would remain open, or that would be my direction. I also want to add something. With the libraries being closed, because I actually think that they need to be closed, I think we need to go back to the phase 2. I'm wondering if we can set up the public restrooms that we had outside the library before. I understand that there's going to be restrooms in a visitor center, but I do know that we had restrooms set up, because that was a facility that people would go in to use the bathrooms. So that was just my other suggestion.
Madam Mayor. Oh, please go ahead, Heidi.
I'm sorry, City Manager.
No, you're first. Go ahead.
Amy Hagan, I don't believe is on the call. Maybe Andy could speak to this even more, but it is our understanding that we can't set those up again because they do need to utilize water, and there's a freezing effect throughout the winter. So that's why they came down when they did. So that's why we are recommending keeping the visitor center open so that we can make sure visitors can go there. Plus the downtown restroom that's in Heritage Square is always in use. And then there's some other areas that Shannon Anderson probably has on a chart that she could share with the council as well. Sorry, City Manager, and thank you, Andy. I see that you are saying that I'm correct. Appreciate that.
Okay, so that makes sense. We are in the wintertime, so thank you for that reminder, Ms. Hanson. City Manager, do you feel you have direction?
Yes, and I want to thank the entire council and you, Mayor, for once again a thoughtful discussion on this. I know that we threw you a curveball tonight with this without a lot of advance notice, and that's just that's kind of been the theme here throughout this pandemic. I mean, sometimes we're able to be a little bit more anticipatory, I guess, and see where things are going. And then of late, the numbers just change course, and it is what it is. So I really want to thank you. I guess please be assured that we would not be coming to you with this recommendation without a lot of careful thought on our end. We've had that thought and discussion. We think this is the best course to take. I will emphasize one more time, this does not mean business is coming to a standstill. It's business as usual. It's just being performed remotely. And those of us who need to be on the front line will continue to do so. And we've seen success in that. So I just want to give the community assurance that it will be business as usual in that regard. The doors will be locked, but the business will be going forward. There obviously will be some things that we're not addressing tonight that come up to Council Member Salas's request. Of course, we're going to have continuing dialogue on this. We will continue to do that, not just for the council's benefit, but for the community's benefit. So expect that to happen in the near term. It'll be a regular update for council. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so we're going to move on to the next agenda item. This would be item number 11. This is public participation for items that are not currently on our agenda, items that we have not talked about tonight. City Clerk, is there anyone here for public participation for items that is not on our agenda?
Not tonight, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. We're now down to item number 12. This is informational items to and from Mayor, Council, City Manager, and future agenda item requests. I am going to start tonight with Mr. McCarthy.
Well, I'll be brief. Nothing tonight.
Thank you. Ms. Whelan.
Thank you, Mayor. I did attend the ADOT Community Forum, and I would just like to express the importance of ADOT and what they're planning to do with our transit system. And bus rapid transit is tied into the Milton corridor. So if they would happen to come back with no build and no BRT or accommodations for BRT, it will set us back at Mountain Line. So this is about some political will and pressure that perhaps we can extend about the importance of BRT on Milton or or at least the accommodation of signals that will allow for transit to come through them at a quicker pace. So just wanted to put that in everyone's ear. Thank you.
Mr. Aslan.
Madam Mayor, Council, I have nothing this evening.
Ms. Salas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to take this moment to thank everyone who made donation to the Flagstaff Family Food Center. The community raised over $35,000 this past week for the food drive in time for Thanksgiving. And of course, encouraging the community to participate in the upcoming the Advent box that was mentioned earlier at the beginning of the meeting. And I want to wish everyone abundance and joy this Thanksgiving week. Stay safe, everyone.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you everybody in council for a long and emotionally draining meeting. You know, this is why we get paid the big bucks, right? So to have these hard conversations, and I just want to express appreciation and gratitude for all of us on council and the whole city team and community. Councilmember Salas, I wanted to also echo what you said about the effort with the Flagstaff Family Food Center. You know, food insecurity is at, you know, a real high right now in our community and across the nation. And it's really just sad. It's sad that we're heading into Thanksgiving while people and families are hungry. And it's just, it's devastating. I wanted, on a more positive note, just to kind of let everyone know that I had the honor of joining Trace and Heidi and their team in a production meeting last week, and it was a lot of fun. And that team is just so great, and the creativity and the way Trace facilitates that group is wonderful. So thank you for letting me join you all. The CJCC group, the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, met last Wednesday, and we're talking about action items, action steps. And I just wanted to give a shout out to our County Attorney, Bill Ring, and the NAU team that's working in partnership with him to better understand what is happening and what needs to happen. And lastly, I just wanted to express gratitude that our Arizona Board of Regent, Fred Duvall, is cancer-free. Fred Duvall does a great service to Arizona and to our community with his service on that Board of Regents and overseeing our public universities. And I'm just so grateful that he is indeed cancer-free. Happy holidays. Be safe, everybody. Be careful. Stay positive. Thank you all for a long, lengthy conversation today and being patient with us. And council, be well. And I look forward to seeing everybody in a week.
Mr. Odegaard.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And I just wanted to give a little story concerning our efforts with the Family Food Center. I had a customer in today who watched the council videos in support of raising awareness and raising dollars and items for the Family Food Center. And she said because of watching the videos, she made a donation. And so I really wanted to thank Jessica Drum for producing the videos of the council members for the public and raising awareness. And so good job. And just wanted to be thankful to the organization in their service and thankful of what they do in this time of the holiday season. And I wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving. And we'll see everyone next week.
City Manager, did you have anything to add?
Two very quick items. There should be the latest edition of GCTV coming your way. I would invite you to take a look at it. This is intended for the organization. We have special appearances, and I will let it go at that. Give it a view when it comes your way. I would also like to let council know that during this meeting, I forwarded an email that was forwarded to me by Ross Ottenbach with the shelter. I know the whole topic of how our vulnerable populations are doing in these times, and you just touched on that with the comments about the food facility. This is of interest to you as well. It's very informational and is coming your way. And finally, I do also want to express a happy Thanksgiving to all. Please be safe and enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to add just two things. First of all, I wanted to say thank you to Johnny Mack. He used to be on the Flagstaff City Council years ago. He's the owner of Hotel Dubois. And I was there on Monday with Lori Pappas and other members of the CVB staff. And we were doing a short documentary video regarding the Green Book. And the areas or locations here in Flagstaff that were in the Green Book over the period of time. And so it's my understanding that that will be available for viewing by the 10th of December. But I want to just say thank you to him for allowing us to film there, and how exciting it is that, you know, we had 6 different places in Flagstaff that were in the Green Book, of which 3 of the places are still standing today. And so I just want to say thank you to that, and thank you to the CVB staff. Also, there was a mention of an upcoming Lived Black Experience community dialogue that is going to be featuring Wilson Riles. That is scheduled currently right now for the 9th of December. Very excited that his grandchildren will be a part of that presentation, and they are going to be talking about not only the work that he did here in Flagstaff with regards to the historic Dunbar Elementary School, but also his legacy regarding education that is a national legacy. Again, ties back to what was started here in Flagstaff. So that'll be a very interesting conversation. So with that, I have nothing else, and we are adjourned. Thank you.